All right, here we go. Okay. Is it or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is a Model Affliction Monday. And it could be a special one today. We have a special guest. We were just going to go over a review of a video, but the man is here himself. Now, over the past few days, we've been made aware of the ultimate globe proof, and Peter here is the man that's putting this together. Now, initially, I think he was up for about 6 hours putting the original thing together as a concept. He brought it over here. He did like a 5-hour presentation of it, refining it, going over it. And then he came back a day or so later and did another 5 hours of refinement, and he's here tonight. Now, we may get it. I don't know. He may be a bit shy. Never know. And this, I don't think it's actually finished. It's not in its complete form. So certain people, artists, don't like unveiling their thing. So I wasn't going to unveil the whole thing because he's not let us in on that yet. But just for the beginner as a sneak peek teaser, maybe you might want to go over that. But like I say, we've already experienced this, but I was hoping to go over how this was initially formulated at the beginning, right? So because we've been around for quite a while. Peter's come from Twitter, I think, primarily. So Peter's spent his time defending the talking to flat earthers, would you say, Peter? Is that, or formulating this ultimate globe proof? Where would that have originated from? Was that from the guys on Twitter that made you want to formulate this proof, or was it because somebody told you that it can't be done? Did you get challenged on the fact that somebody said you can't do it? Because a lot of those things do, especially within mathematics, right? There's people say there's challenges, they put out mathematical challenges and say it's a problem that nobody solved. Is it that sort of a thing, or was it just because somebody said that, or were you not just happy with the other globe proofs that were around? Or could you not, maybe you couldn't find one? Maybe that was it. There's a few options there. You might be busy. I don't know.
Hey Bev,
there you go.
It's great to be here. Thank you. It's great to be on your
you.
show.
Thanks for being here, Peter.
Thank you for having me, and I want to say hi to your audience. I know you have a following of dedicated fans, and they are looking to. They're all trying to think. They're learning a lot about level, horizontal, and vertical. I know
tonight's about the ultimate globe proof, right? So
yes. So let me answer some of your questions. Yes, I spent a few months now on Twitter exploring fascinating phenomenon of flat Earth, the social phenomenon of flat Earth. I've learned a lot about the container, the flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, the Nephilim, the ice wall, reptilians, and many other things. I have been thinking really, really hard to come up with the ultimate globe proof. I think I have it. It's not easy. I had to consult with some of the greatest minds in mathematics, physics, geometry, philosophy.
Blue Marble said he was unaware of you. He didn't.
Oh, he wasn't one of them. I mean, no disrespect to Blue Marble. I'm talking about some of the greatest minds in history.
Okay.
And I think I've got it. At this point. It could be improved, I'm sure, but I am glad you guys gave me the time the other day to walk with me through it. We've only made it through 2 slides, I believe, last time we talked, because we got stuck on this difficult question: do arcs and circles exist in reality? And I did not get a positive affirmation of that fact from you, Beth, so I had to put my proof on my delivery on pause, on hold, obviously. But I look forward to talking to you about this again. And I thought what we could do today, I would love to listen to you guys discuss the last 2 slides that we've covered. I want to hear from you, your thoughts. you're all experts in geometry, so I'll take any critique, as it comes, and it'll help me improve my presentation. So why don't you guys go ahead and do what you were going to do before I joined, and I'll just listen in. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. All right. Thank you, Bev, again.
Fair enough. Okay, so this is Peter's ultimate globe proof, and in the idea of us laying it out, Peter came to us to ask us for our opinion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this, the initial part of Peter's presentation, so we can go over the way Peter was laying out his proof, right? Or initially how he's putting it out there. So let me just get this. The ultimate globe proof. Let me go. I've just got to set it up. Are you all right for linking and jumping into the thing here, Peter?
Jumping into where? Sorry.
I'll just put it up on here. Right, so this is I suppose I best put it on the picture, hadn't I? You guys can jump in. Let me just sort these screens out. Okay. There you go. So this is the ultimate globe proof presented by Peter. I might need to skip forward to this will be available on the Try Thinking YouTube for anybody looking, under the title of the ultimate globe proof. I don't know whether that'll be like an exclusive sort of thing. It might be the only one of those ever typed out. That could be the first time anybody's ever typed that out, and that could be the first documented, recorded history in the history of the internet, the ultimate globe proof. So you should be proud, Peter.
I am proud.
Yeah. Right, so let me get this. All right, so yeah, there's a bit at the beginning.
Politics server, it messes your sound up.
It's not if you
Politics server, it messes your sound up.
It's not if you get kicked. It's if when they mute you. Right. So we were talking for a bit first, weren't we? In sections.
Measurements that were done in reality. Okay.
And everybody will be on mute and we'll be listening.
Okay, it has begun. It has begun.
Well, I'm sorry, not everybody's in your stream yet, so could you just give everyone
Let me get it set up then. Are you
let Bev get out of his? There we go.
Are you ready to?
No apology then.
We can deal with that afterwards once Peter has got through his presentation.
It's the first viewing of this, unless you were in Discord. Oh wow!
Is that it, Bev? Are we just gonna like watch this all over again? You don't have anything prepared. You're just gonna wing it like this?
What do you mean?
Everybody cool?
Prepared? We've got your presentation here.
Yeah, you're gonna play the whole 3 hours of us arguing about whether arcs exist.
No.
Oh Jesus!
No, we're going over
your
Go ahead.
It's your show, buddy.
Yeah,
it's your show, buddy.
Your presentation. So
I'm loving this already, Peter.
Yeah.
I'm loving it too. It's
pretty
good.
This is brilliant.
He didn't get very far over the other place anyway.
Is it okay if I do live commentary?
From what I can see on the
way
screen,
to the end.
Yeah, this is going to be brilliant. I think we're going to love this.
Yeah, you have to watch who you're talking to, though, Peter. Yeah. Steps. Let me see.
Yeah, foreshadowing. We only made it 2 slides into it.
Globe proof. Okay.
Take it away, Peter.
All right, thank you. So here's what we're going to do, you guys, okay? First, we're going to agree that using simple geometry and only angle measurements, we can discriminate between a flat Earth shape, topology of the surface, or spherical. Okay, so we're going to go over some simple
You know, Peter, this is one of those things. Is the discriminate thing, is that like a language barrier thing? When you say you're going to discriminate.
It means to differentiate, to eliminate one or another, like differentiate between the two possibilities.
Right. Because discriminate just sounds like a, you know, it doesn't sound like a mathematical term to me. Or, you know, like a logical thing. But I don't know. It depends how it's said, right? Or how, because I think you use it a lot. Do you use that discrimination? Or, you know, discriminate a lot within conversation?
Yes, it's used in scientific language in the meaning of recognize a distinction, differentiate. For example, I quote from the dictionary, babies can discriminate between different facial expressions of emotion. In physics, we, for example, say we can use this test, this measurement, or this experiment to discriminate between two possibilities. You know, A is the case or B is the case. If you've never done science in English or watched YouTube videos about science in English, you would have never heard that word used in that sense.
Yeah, you're
which
the
is
first
probably the
person I've
case with
ever
you.
heard it. I've ever
Yeah,
used
well,
to
that's why I'm
discriminate
here.
in that sort of
That's why I'm here.
sense.
That's
Okay.
why I'm here.
So discrimination is okay within logic and mathematics.
Absolutely, it means to differentiate.
Okay, jolly good.
Geometry and agree what the relationships are between angles on flat versus spherical Earth. Once we agree on that, I'm going to show you some measurements that were done in reality. Okay, we're going to go over those measurements, and then they were done without presupposing any shape. And then we're going to compare those measurements against the geometry that we discussed at step one, and we're going to draw some conclusions. Sounds good?
It sounds great, and I'm going to
all
let
right.
him. Yeah,
We're
I
going to
think
do all of that.
Okay.
I like. Should we just let him get on with it? Because there's a few things I would pick up on, but we'll let you do
him
it.
do it
Well,
first, and then
actually,
that's what he's here
this
for,
is a
right?
good.
Peter, you're after commentary upon this, are you, or do you want to do it in sections?
Yes, actually, I'm glad we're talking about this. At every slide, I want to interact with you guys to clear up any problems, so we don't move to the next slide until everybody is
Okay, will you be
accepting
doing
what's
the
shown at the
slides
slide.
piece by piece and
Yes,
then asking for
everything. Yes,
commentary upon them afterwards?
exactly, exactly.
Brilliant.
So let me roll with it.
Yes.
Let me roll with it.
Take it away.
Okay, situation number one. We are presenting a flat Earth situation. Okay. What we have here is a mountain or some structure of a known height h. Okay. And we have a friend who's moving from point B on the surface. We are assuming flat surface, you know, without any major topography to get in our way. He's moving in this direction to point C1. And as he does that, he's measuring the distance d on the surface. Okay. Now, we're standing at point A here, and we measure the drop angle from the horizontal, that's your favorite bed, the horizontal line. We measure the drop angle alpha 1 to our friend. Who is here? Is this at all controversial that this could be performed in reality?
Can I just check? We've got the Humans of Earth channel there, Peter. This isn't the pizza map thing that you're doing here, is it?
No, there is no map here.
Okay. So, yeah, Humans of Earth. There is no pizza map here. That's not what... you're not showing the pizza map? No? This is just literally an angle measurement, isn't it?
Yes, on a flat surface.
Okay. So yeah, he's not showing the pizza map.
The map is completely irrelevant to the whole thing.
To this proof of the the flat Earth part that you've decided to start off with. There is no.
That's right.
This isn't the pizza map, right?
That's how simple.
We can confirm that for Gem Panda. Have you ever heard of Gem Panda?
Never.
Never. So you haven't consulted anybody over there at the flat Earth debate and more?
No.
No.
So,
but you were claiming to be Trolls Team 6 the other day?
I am LARPing as them.
Oh, right.
I'm not really them.
He's only LARPing as a Troll Team 6 member, Gem. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, someone told me about the Penguin Team 6 on Twitter, and I couldn't help myself. I put that in my profile because it's so funny.
Jumped on the bandwagon.
Yeah, but I don't even know who those people are.
He hasn't got a
I like
them.
Worry
about it.
Yeah.
Forget he even put it in there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so this flat Earth model that you're presenting at the minute isn't that, because he gets really upset about that pizza model.
Yeah, no. The only that's right. So the only thing about the flat Earth that I am considering in this proof is that it has a flat surface. I don't care what shape it is. I don't care how the sun goes. No pizza. Ice wall. I don't care.
But you put a mountain.
If we cannot agree that the surface of the flat Earth is flat, then I'm not sure what flat Earth means anymore. But okay. Yes, I did put a mountain on it because on that flat surface, there's obviously topography. No, it's the topography on top of the surface.
Has it been measured flat?
No, it's not. It's been measured to be
for this one, right? For this flat Earth proof part, can we say that mountain's been measured flat?
No, we cannot.
Well, okay, we'll carry on then.
What kind of drugs are you on, Bev?
Was that in your presentation?
No, it's in my commentary to your presentation.
Well, this is your flat Earth proof part at the beginning of your presentation for your ultimate globe proof.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, so we were just clarifying to Gem Panda, the originator of Troll Team 6, actually.
I am not Troll Team 6. I'm Penguin Team 6.
No, I was talking about Gem Panda. You should call him Sir. So he's definitely not doing the pizza model flat Earth thing in this bit. This is just purely a triangle, right? I think we went to that.
It took us 3 hours to conclude that it was a triangle, yes, but that's what it is.
Well, yeah, we're just going over this because this is all I wanted to go over for everybody. A sneak peek. Because the actual
I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's not even got to the conclusion, right? After 10 hours, we don't even know the conclusion yet. You're keeping it a secret. But
Bev, we didn't even get to the proof.
The proof of this flat Earth proof that you do at the beginning.
Conclusion, mate. We didn't even get to the proof. We just covered. We did the warm up. We got stuck on the warm up part.
Yeah, this is good though. The way you started off with the flat Earth. Bit.
Children in high school
to make sure that
would have taken 10 minutes to do the warm-up part, the slower children, and it took us 3 hours, and we got stuck on it because of an arc. So I can't wait to analyze this. All right, resume. This is fun. Okay. Resume. Hello. Is this at all controversial that in reality we could know the height of the mountain or structure we could know the distance d, and we could measure the angle alpha 1 with some decent degree of precision. Classroom?
Okay. Did you say this is your flat Earth model?
Yes.
Okay. So
Could I
can you
just ask?
go on? Sorry, go on.
No, I just want to. So, step one, it says, can the shape of the Earth be determined? Right, and then we've got something about mountains. So, what are we doing? Are we dealing with mountains, or
We're
are
going
we
to,
dealing with
yes.
the whole of the Earth? Like,
Oh, we're
it's
going
not,
to, yes.
not kind of gelling for me at the moment.
Okay, let me help. So we're still at step one. It has multiple slides. In this step one, I will explain how exactly one way we can perform measurements using mountains or structures and angles. And this measurement will be used to determine the shape of the entire Earth. Okay? So you just need to walk through it with me. And I'm staging this on purpose, one little piece at a time. So the first piece is, in reality, does such a relationship exist between points A, B, and C? This is your strong point, Bev, geometry, so this should be very easy for you to answer. In reality, can we measure those three values, H, D, and alpha 1?
Right, it says you've got step one. Can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles measured in nature? Right? Well, I'd say you need a distance, right? We have this saying, right? You can do fuck all with an angle. And it seems like you want to ask that you can only angles.
Okay, I fixed it.
So
Now, answer my question.
What's that? If you've
yes,
scrubbed that,
you're correct.
And distance. So is that?
Yes.
Is
yes.
step
So
one
don't
just
look.
and distance?
I'm sorry. Give me 1 minute.
See, this is how fresh this was at the time. Like his first question. Because it didn't half seem like I was thinking that you were supporting Nathan Oakley and the, you know, what he can do with just an angle. Trying to measure the Earth with just angles.
I apologize. That was my mistake. Can we resume?
Mm-hmm.
Now, please answer my
title.
question. Does this relationship exist in nature?
Right. Well, can I have a go again then? Right. Because you've got, can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distance measured in nature?
Yes.
Do you know the shapes?
I know some shapes.
Okay. Do you know what you would describe the shape of the Earth to be?
A
Euclidean
plane. Euclidean plane versus a curved surface.
False dichotomy?
No, there could be more options, but we're going to see if we can discriminate between these two.
Okay, a plane. You're saying, can you measure a plane by measuring an angle?
Right. Can you confirm that you're on a plane with curvature of 0? Whatever you want it to be.
A vertical plane.
Okay.
Where you could have both a horizontal and a vertical on a vertical plane. But if you've only got a horizontal plane, then there's not much you can do on the vertical, unfortunately. So,
well, we're going to have to deal with that. So I'm okay with the one you pick.
Well, that's the one that you've drawn. You've drawn a vertical plane, right? And this is your flat Earth model is drawn upon a vertical plane.
Whatever you want to call it, buddy. Like, I'm okay with it today.
Okay, I'm with you. Your flat Earth model is upon a vertical plane.
Fantastic. So, people I hope people understand this simplified diagram, right? We're looking from a profile. It's like a profile view. The blue is a mountain or a structure. We know the height h. D is a distance, like in a straight line, you know, without any topography from B to C, like someone moving away from us, essentially. And A is the top of the mountain, and we're looking down. We're measuring the drop angle from horizontal to our friend at C1. Is this at all controversial?
Well, you know, like this flat Earth model, are you going to like point at that mountain there, the blue triangle, and say, Al-Biruni measured that blue triangle flat?
No, I'm not going to say that.
Not with your flat Earth model.
No, not with any model. You will see what I'm going to say. I just need you to agree that this is a good representation of something we would see in reality if the surface were flat, meaning as we move from B to C, we're not tracing a curve, we're just tracing a straight line.
You see, in the geometric grid system you've got there, yes, that's definitely a straight line. I see where you're going with your.
Well, that's good. I mean, this
model.
is middle school stuff, so I am happy you're following. Answer me this.
What did the flat earthers say about when you did this? Were they happy?
Yeah,
with
they said
the,
they say it's beautiful.
Plane?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just for the audience, he's using the term vertical plane absolutely in a nonsensical way, and I'm just ignoring it because I'm not going to debate it. So I am agreeing to it, knowing that it's nonsensical, just to move on with the presentation.
No,
so yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Peter really understands what a vertical plane is, because that is quite obviously a vertical plane that you've made your flat Earth upon, Peter. You even called it, did you call it a profile? A side view, elevation, vertical plane. We call the ones on the horizontal plane, we call them a plan. They have a completely different
very few people understand what vertical means as well as you do, Bev. Yeah, I would say that you're a worldwide expert on vertical and horizontal.
Yeah,
so
but a lot of people
I take your feedback.
Right? You know about profiles, don't you?
I take your feedback with I humbly accept your feedback and your commentary in anything related to the vertical and horizontal. I consider you the authority.
That's good. Well, in that then, you said you verified this from some flat earthers now.
Yes, I have converted several flat earthers to globe using this proof.
Wow, with a vertical plane.
Yes, certainly.
Jolly good. So this is more of a conversion proof.
Like, yes, it's like think of it as a
and like an
rehab for flat earthers. You come to the rehab.
Whoa!
Yeah,
hey,
yes.
Good afternoon.
Hey,
it's
Rob.
An exorcism. Yes.
See, Rob's a flat earther.
He's speaking my language. My language. He's
gonna perform an.
Is he gonna try and convert me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, buddy, guaranteed.
I'm willing to hear what you got.
I have 100% conversion rate.
Like you say, this is only in the beginnings, right? Because what you're hearing here came after the 6-hour preparation, and maybe give a couple of presentations earlier. I don't know how many hours let's say 10 hours in, right? Would that be all right, Peter?
Oh yeah, plus all the thinking would be in the hundreds of hours. Yeah.
Well, we've had another 10 hours of presentation time for him to refine it for what we're at now, Rob. So you can't really judge him on this, what you're seeing in the thing here. But yeah, he's after.
You mean the straight lines?
Yeah, the vertical plane, the triangles and the grid.
Okay. I'm going to follow along intently, but I'll be on mute. Thank you.
But would you agree that that's a flat Earth model? Because that's what he's bringing forward. He says he's checked it with the flat earthers.
Yeah, but then didn't he just say that all these flat earthers are now globers? So I can't really take into account what
Converted them with a
those
vertical
flat earthers.
plane.
Yeah.
Well, when
yeah.
they agreed to this slide, they were still flat earthers. It's at the end that they lost their faith. Faith.
All right. Well, I'll
Sorry.
keep listening, and I'm watching the screen.
Yeah.
Well, don't be disappointed because Bev is playing a recording of our conversation, and we never got past the second slide. So this is the first slide, and the second slide is the last one we ever covered, because Bev does not believe that arcs and circles exist in reality. So you won't see the proof, but you'll see a discussion of basic geometry.
Okay. How would you create an arc or a circle in reality?
You will find out from the video.
Okay, I'm listening intently.
It's 3 hours long, so get your popcorn.
No, this is 5-hour video. But like I say, we're not here to go.
I've got all day.
Well, all we're doing is going over your flat.
I'm sure you do,
model,
buddy.
like your flat Earth model.
Yeah, let's go. It was funny.
So
let's
this
play it. I'm enjoying it.
This is not Rob's flat Earth model. Like, don't get jealous, Rob. If you think Peter's flat Earth model gets better than yours, because that's what we're doing. We're just going over. Peter's got a proof of a globe, the ultimate globe proof. So what he needs to do first, for some reason, this is one of the things I was confused about, Peter, but for some reason, he's going over a flat Earth model first, and in his ultimate proof of globe. It may sound strange to you. Sounds strange to me, and I can't really understand why he's doing it, but still, it's one of the things that he has to get you to agree on is his model of flat Earth.
Would you like me to explain, Bev?
If you would, yes, please.
So
please explain why we're starting off with your flat Earth model.
Okay. So as I said in the beginning of the presentation, I will show how we can use geometric relationships to find out if the Earth is flat or a globe. That's the whole point of the proof, right? So it's important to understand what the geometric relationship would look like on a flat Earth versus what it would look like on a globe Earth, so we can then compare our measurements against these two possibilities and, your favorite word, discriminate between the two. So it's very important that we go over the flat Earth option and the globe option, and then the measurements, and then we compare. That's how science is done in reality. Resume the recording. It's fantastic. Let's go.
Okay, right. Well, I'll just point out here that sounds like a false dichotomy you're setting up.
You're a dichotomy. You're a dichotomy. Let's go.
For a proof, you go positive of the thing that you're aiming to prove.
Well, we never got there. But let's resume
like you're trying to set up a false dichotomy modus tollens.
You can imagine your tollens, pollens, and schmollens all day long. We never got to that point. Play the video because it was fun and you killed the vibe. Okay, play it.
Okay.
I'm working here. I want to have it as my soundtrack. Okay, let's go.
Right, so this is
Don't upset him already, Bev.
Peter's. I know. This is Peter's proof. Well, he's already done it. Like, he's already gone over it. This is Peter's ultimate globe proof and his flat Earth model for some reason.
Yeah, he's cleaning while he's doing this, so
yeah.
It's entertainment for him.
Let's go.
You're still cleaning? Are you?
Yeah.
No.
Are you a cleaner?
He spilled the bucket the other day.
Yes, I'm a cleaner sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go then.
Yes.
It is. You've got a horizontal level. You've got there. Then that perpendicular to that horizontal is vertical, right? So you've got both
Yui,
the horizontal.
What did we talk about earlier, Yui? Vertical and horizontal. That's the only two words that they know. Okay.
No, I'm just trying
that's all right,
everybody. Oh yeah, he had his emotional support Yui there as well. So whenever you hear him saying that, that's his friend that he brought along. He's not just talking about, Blanky or anything like that.
You're right.
So everybody can understand.
Bev, you're right. Yes.
That's nonsensical. Does nonsensical agreement by all parties advance the slides?
No, I just need you to agree that in
So
nature.
you have nonsensical agreement, but nobody else does. Is that what you're saying?
No,
It's dead
I need
easy to
all that
understand,
agreement.
right? We agree
Okay.
that your flat Earth model has been placed upon a vertical plane for this demonstration.
Okay, let me ask you a different question. Is there any flat Earth, by definition of what flat or planar Earth means, where this relationship between 3 points would not be as shown on this picture?
Well, I like to come from reality, and the relationship between 3 points non-collinear would be a triangle of 180 degrees internal.
And that's what I'm showing, right? The orange triangle is a triangle of 180 degrees with a straight angle at the bottom, correct?
In the vertical plane, yeah.
In
Agreed.
any sort of plane.
No, the horizontal level you've given away there means that, you know, it's on the vertical plane. It's not on a
right. Yes. Yes.
Plane,
this is up. This is up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's your vertical
Right.
plane.
Exactly. Everybody knows what a mountain is, right? It points up. Yeah. And this is sideways. Sideways.
It's a triangle, but I mean.
Yes.
All right.
So is this triangle? It looks good to you. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. Now, do you agree that in any triangle like this, a straight angle triangle, this relationship is always and absolutely always true?
Did you say straight angled?
My English with geometry is not great. What do you call this angle? Normal angle, straight angle?
It's just an
right
angle,
angle, right angle. No, right angle triangle is what we have here, right? 90 degrees here.
A right angle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think I can see your cursor.
You don't see me making markings on the diagram? Here.
So
here.
next to the letter B down there.
Okay, that
Here.
right angle there, yes.
Yes.
Where those
So in
two
any
lines are perpendicular, the horizontal and
yes.
the vertical perpendicular.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So in a triangle like this relationship here is always true, correct?
In a right angle triangle, there is always a right angle that is opposite the longest side of the triangle, right? It's called the hypotenuse.
Yes.
The largest
And
angle
this
is always opposite the largest side.
Correcto mundo.
And
And this
right
relationship,
triangle, the right angle is the largest angle.
correct. And this relationship here is always true, right? I need you to say it.
Go on, well, what does that explain that for everybody who's looking at it?
Okay. It means that the angle alpha 1, which by the way, it may be hard to see, but it's the same angle as here. So these two are always the same. The angle alpha 1 is always proportional to h divided by d. So arctan, it's a trig function of hd, so the height divided by the distance, these two guys, always equals to alpha 1. So what we measure in reality, if we measure alpha 1, it must equal to our measurements of h and d by this relationship. In reality, if we have a triangle like this, a kosher triangle on a beautiful planar earth, then our measurements of h, d, and alpha 1 will absolutely, because if triangles like this exist in reality, then these trig functions, all they do is they explain the relationships.
Akumu virus is wanting to get it to move on. Akumu virus seems to agree also. Does anybody, does anybody disagree with Peter in any of this so far?
Well, he did say planar curve.
Did he?
Planar earth.
I think I missed that.
Oh, it might have been the accent then.
Yeah. Okay, so like
what
we've got here is this
buddy,
arctan relationship of the
hey buddy,
height over the distance.
J. Rowe, what other languages? I speak 2 more languages than English. You want to do this in those 2 alternative languages?
What?
I'll help you with my accent. I can switch to 2 other languages than English. Maybe you
Anyway.
speak them too.
Anyway.
Możemy po polsku rozmawiać? I to, że my możemy по-русски разговаривать. Ty хочешь? No скажи, brata. Okay? So resume, Bev, because I'm having fun here.
Okay.
Nice flex, bro.
Yeah, I was actually.
I can run circles around you all day long. Okay, I'm just busy doing something else.
The arctan relationship, right? That you were asking of this.
Yes, that's. I learned it
just making
in
sure that
high school.
anybody's got a problem
How about you,
with
Bev?
it. Is that what we were doing?
It's a good moment to pause because this is fundamental to the proof.
To your flat Earth model.
To the ultimate proof for the globe, yeah.
To the flat Earth side of your model, anyway.
To any flat Earth model.
This arctan relationship of the height.
Absolutely.
We would call it like a slope angle, would we?
You can call it whatever you want. Mm-hmm. I call it an angle. Mm-hmm. So,
well, we call the height and the distance and the height, the rise and the run, in reality. Mm-hmm. So people can relate this to a reality sort of thing, and we can relate that H and the D to that in reality, and then therefore we could have the arctan as the slope, like the slope of the angle.
Awesome.
That I'll give you seen at the side of bridges and stuff to show you
I'll tell you a secret. Bev.
Mm-hmm.
You could rename these things. Instead of saying H, you could say Bev. Instead of D, you could say donut, and nothing would change. Mathematics don't care about names. Okay?
Yeah.
So here we go. Any flat Earth model, as long as it assumes a flat Earth, mm-hmm. will have triangles like this between mountains and points on the surface. Yeah. Unless you have a flat Earth model that has Earth shaped differently than flat, and you just call it flat Earth to be cool.
Think, like what we've said here is this angle of this triangle is within reality, right? It's not particular.
It's within the reality. Yes, this is all about reality.
It's not to any particular model, though, right? Although you're trying to put this on the flat Earth model, aren't you?
Oh, and later I put it on the globe model. That angle exists no matter what model you have.
Okay, so but you're trying to link it here to the flat Earth model.
What changes, Bev, is the relationship, is the triangle. And you're going to see it later. That's where we get stuck, right? So power through this one. This is great. Have your audience walk through this one. This is good. Trigonometry 101, high school.
Yeah, well, like I would say, that's what I got from this particular slide was you were linking this particular relation, the geometric relationship of the arctan and the rise over the run relationship. You were linking that to flat Earth.
It's just geometry. Let's go.
Right. Okay. But I was just pointing out. I don't know if anybody else. I don't know. Like this is only in the beginning stages, and like he said, he was asking for commentary. So if there's anybody here that thinks he's trying to place this.
Okay, Bev, I have a better way to explain this to you and your crowd. Okay, give me a chance. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hey, Bev, are verticals perpendicular to horizontals?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you have a horizontal, if you have a horizontal and a vertical, and you pick 2 points, one on the vertical, one on the horizontal, and you connect them with the shortest distance, which is always a straight line, as you like to say, then you have the relationship shown on the screen. Thank you very much.
Right angle triangle, yes.
And in reality, verticals are perpendicular to horizontals. Points are connected using straight lines. In reality, Therefore, in reality, this relationship is always true. And this is a perfect proof, Bev style. You're welcome.
Jolly good. Right angle triangles for the win.
Between the lengths of the in reality angles, per Bev himself. Like thousands years old geometry.
Yeah.
Euclidean, you should love Euclid, right? This is Euclid's paradise right here. This is Euclidean paradise. Bev, this is why I love this proof for you. You'll never be able to unsee it, okay? So this relationship is correct always. As we move point C out, I'm going to do a...
Remember that. You'll never be able to unsee this. So far...
That's a fact.
Triangles have the Euclidean relationship of right angles and this h over d, all of that sort of stuff, and that's on your flat earth model, right?
Absolutely, it's on any flat earth model.
Okay.
Quick visual demo for you guys, or maybe not. But as we move point C1 out, basically this angle, changes, right? It gets flatter, so to speak, but then D gets longer, and this relationship is always maintained. Alpha 1 equals arctan H divided by D. It has to form a triangle, it has to. There's no other way. Anything controversial here before we move on?
It's like basic geometry to me.
It is. It's just the intro.
And
it's the ultimate glow proof. So
is this still part of your flat earth model?
Is there any flat earth model where this relationship would be violated?
Well, you've got brackets FE model. So I'm saying that this is what you are using as your flat earth model for this demonstration.
Yes. Okay. Can you think, before we move on so we don't get tripped over this in the future, can you think of any FE model where this relationship would be violated?
I can't think of many people who've made flat earth models myself.
I was going to say, I can't see... Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen an actual flat earth model. I mean, is this your presentation of a flat earth model as well?
No, I will use a different word, okay? I won't say model anymore.
So, I mean, what are you trying to say?
So maybe his slides, you're helping him
out. Okay. Okay, so maybe you, like, instead of saying that, you want to actually point out what you think flat earthers think but the earth is, right? And I don't think you can do that.
It's his flat earth model, though. It's nobody else.
But the only thing, yeah, but
it's his flat earth model.
Yeah, but the only thing from a flat earth model that you can take is just flatness, right?
He's got it in my head. Plane. He's got his flat earth model.
It's not my model.
Plane.
But like,
I think you're absolutely Deader. You're absolutely right. The only thing I'm taking, I removed the word model from my slides, so apologies for it was my mistake. So the only thing I am taking is that it's flat. Is that acceptable?
I suppose. I mean, if that's what you want to present as a flat earth model.
No, I don't. Tell me about different versions of flat earth where it's not flat.
I haven't, honestly, I don't pay attention. I'm not interested in the flat earth arguments.
Well, should we...
I can answer that if you like.
Stop the presentation because it is about...
No, I'm just I know, but you're presenting it to me. Surely you should be explaining to me as a viewer what you're trying to get across. So to me, as someone, you want to get this out there, right? You don't want to just aim it to people here in the topic. For someone as a layperson watching it, you've got to explain what you mean for everything. Like just you saying flat earth model or flat earth, it means nothing.
I understand. So let me do that. By flat Earth, what we mean is a place, an Earth, with surface of curvature of 0, meaning that the topology of the surface, not the topography, of course, there are terrain features, but the topology of the surface is a Euclidean plane. It's flat, it's not curved.
The
Curvature
topology
0.
or the topography? You're doing a little...
The topology of the
Right.
surface
Emma, what
is
he's
flat.
talking about there is just the manipulation of a surface that can be anything, really. Like, imagine like an elastic band or a balloon stretched but not blown up, and then you place in a cube into it and it forming to manipulate around the cube. Well, that's what he's talking about when he's talking about topology, right? He's not talking about topography of the land like you'd think about the shape of the land. That's not what he's talking about.
Yeah, we're imagining an Earth that is smooth. It doesn't have any topography, any annoying mountains or valleys. It's just
You've just put imagine in there.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, because
we're not. So we're just not talking about reality at all.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, because
it's a little
Earth
bit
has
deceitful,
topography.
that, Peter, because you've got a big triangle there, and you've labelled it as a mountain, but then you've just said you're imagining smooth, but with the mountain. I mean, I think I
yes,
remember asking you, did you measure the mountain flat? And,
yes, no,
you
no
would have
flat.
had that as being flat, wouldn't you? Because you did say we had to imagine it smooth.
Right. On this diagram, we're showing a flat Earth, which is a planar surface with no topography other than one mountain. That's what we're showing.
So there is topography.
Obviously. So there are points B and C1 are of equal
So why did you
elevation,
say
right?
that to Emma to imagine it smooth?
Because we're building up an example one step at a time. First, we imagine what a flat Earth is. It's a plane, right? Everybody says that. Every flat earther that I met claims that the flat Earth is a plane.
Hi, my name is Rob. The Earth
Yeah.
is
What's
not a
up, Rob?
plane.
What is it, Rob?
What, the dirt or the water?
What shape? What
The dirt? Yeah, the dirt or the
topology is the
water?
surface? Both, Rob.
Yeah, I don't put them both together and call them Earth.
Okay. Is there curvature to the shape of the world you live on?
In some places, yes.
In some places, yes.
How would you measure? How would you measure it though?
Is that, do you mean topography, like things stick out from the surface?
Yeah.
Okay.
That could be curved.
Awesome. Is the surface on top of which things exist a plane, a flat surface, or does it have curvature to itself?
I would need to know how it was measured first.
Okay.
Because I
So
can't
this,
just assume.
okay, that's cool. So everything I say in that video, Rob, everything I say in that video is not for you. You believe in some other Earth. You're free to believe in anything.
See, that's why
I'm
I was
talking to
asking
people.
you. Like,
Yes.
this is the ultimate globe proof.
That's why I'm clarifying. Yes. So this is the ultimate
like,
globe
this bit
proof.
that we're doing here has got nothing to do with Rob and nothing to do with anybody else here. So why is it part of your ultimate globe proof?
Yes. This is ultimate globe proof for people who believe in a flat Earth whose surface is a plane.
Well,
Everybody else,
they
won't be able. Yes, it's very
you
specific.
You
I'm actually
didn't
going to
mention
update
any of that before, because no wonder we thought
I'm
they
here
were
to
weird.
learn. I'm here to learn. If you're a flat earther who believes in an Earth that's bent out of shape in different various ways, then this proof does not work for you.
Okay.
Let's carry on.
This is a proof
of a globe, though, right?
for
The
people
ultimate
who
proof of
assume,
globe.
yeah, of course it proves the globe, but it speaks to the people who believe in a flat Earth, planar Earth, concave Earth people. It also proves the globe for them, but I would use different
what about
slides.
if they've got proof of a
Concave.
flat Earth though?
Say again.
What about if they have proof of a flat Earth?
I would love to see it.
Well, I mean, like you're showing us your ultimate. What if they have an ultimate proof of flat Earth? Right?
Then we
just
should
to
have a
counter
battle.
yours. I think you should.
Then we should have a battle of ultimate proofs and see who wins.
Do you reckon there is any flat earthers out there with an ultimate proof of flat Earth?
Absolutely not. They just say
No,
Earth measures flat.
Absolutely not.
Now Rob would never say
Sounds
Earth
like
measures flat because he just admitted that he cannot fucking measure it either way.
Because
So
he's
he
lives in reality, right? That's the
Yeah,
difference
I
between
live in the
Rob
real
and
world.
most of the flat earthers that you talk to.
Enjoy your real world, Rob.
Tough this old peer review, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can I just have 1 second?
Yeah.
I just want to show Peter how much I enjoy reality. Can you just look at my camera for a second, Mr. Peter?
Let me see. Hold on.
Switch it on, Rob. There you go.
Yes, I am.
It's on. All right. So in my reality, I enjoy my work. This is what I get to work on. When I come to work, I get to work on stuff like this. See this?
Yeah, it's a car.
Yeah, this car. This car is worth over $200,000.
Awesome.
I get to play with it. This is what reality is.
Okay.
All right.
I'm happy.
I enjoy reality. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Nice. Right. So really, you've brought a proof that's a bit specific. It's a bit, to a target audience, and I didn't realize that.
Yeah, like the flat earthers or something.
Okay, we'll carry on anyway, because it's a valiant attempt. But like this was what I saw as step one of Peter's proof. Right, just picture what's going on here. This is Peter's opening statement about his ultimate globe proof.
No. Okay, let's stage. Yes, we are talking about reality. Let's stage two things. The Earth has a surface, and on that surface there are different features, right? Buildings, mountains, whatever. The argument between globe and flat Earth is what is that surface? Not what's on it. Everybody agrees what's on it. Mountains, buildings, whatever. Nobody says those things are flat or spherical. Clearly, they're not. They're objects. What people argue about is what is the nature of that surface? Is it curved or is it flat? So I am not going to move on from this slide until we agree that flat Earth means a surface that has curvature of 0 and is a Euclidean plane. Otherwise, this is nonsensical. If you guys can't agree on what flat Earth means, just basically, then this is just a circus.
Right. So again, can I just point out here that this particular point here that he's trying to make is that if a triangle measured has this relationship that he says here, then that triangle will be measured within a Euclidean plane. Even, as he shows, even if it's in the vertical, then it's a Euclidean plane. Now, again, Peter seems to be linking this to the flat Earth model. He can't move from this fact until we agree that this thing about triangles that occurs in reality, until we've linked that to the flat Earth model.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. But I'm saying that this thing occurs within maths and reality. I can't understand why you're trying to link it to the flat Earth model. In your proof of a globe, right? The ultimate globe proof. It seems as though you're linking Euclidean geometry to flat Earth.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, which to me sounds...
Well, that's weird.
That sounds weird, but I mean, like, I go with it, right? Because it's like he's
I can help you,
freestyling
but
proofs.
I can help you, but so here's the thing. Yeah, on any flat Earth, that unless it's someone's trolling the concept of flat Earth, on any flat Earth, if you pick 2 points of equal elevation, so B and C1 in the picture that we're looking at, they're points of equal elevation on flat Earth. The relationship between those points, the horizontal line between them, and the vertical line, which, as you know, verticals are perpendicular to horizontals,
Mm-hmm.
at a point on that vertical, which is point A, it could be anywhere, higher, lower, whatever. The relationship between these three will be as shown. Do you understand? What Rob was saying was nonsense about like there are features, terrain features. If points B and C1 are the same elevation, then between those 2 points, there's a horizontal line, your favorite. If there is a horizontal line, we can create a vertical line, another favorite of yours. Once we have that vertical, we can pick any point on it. That's the elevation H. Doesn't matter really what it is. The relationship between the three must always be the relationship of a right-angled triangle as shown. There's no other way because it's a horizontal and a vertical and they are straight lines, as you always say. So you can't eat a cookie and have it too, baby. That's reality.
Yeah.
This is your reality. Horizontals are always orthogonal to verticals, yada, yada, yada. Well, here you go. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
So what you described there is for your flat Earth model that you presented there.
Nah, no, I didn't. 2 points of equal elevation, B
No,
and
but those
C1.
you said Euclidean refers to the flat Earth.
Flat. No, Euclidean refers to Euclidean. Euclidean doesn't care what shape the Earth is. Mr. Euclid didn't say
That's true.
the Earth and then Euclidean geometry. Euclidean geometry exists no matter what you think.
Yeah, but that also exists in reality, doesn't it? There's triangles and horizontals and
Reality.
parallels.
Of course, this is what I'm showing.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
but just to be clear,
So
that is
there you
horizontal.
go. Yeah. So
Yeah,
keep your delusion. Keep your delusion in check.
See,
In reality, if you take 2 points on a straight line, in reality, if you take 2 points on a horizontal line, you create a vertical, you pick a point on that vertical, the relationship between the 3 points will be as shown always. As you change the distance from B to C1, okay, D increases, the angle will change. If you shorten the distance, the angle will change. The relationship between the three values, HD and alpha 1, will always be as shown in reality, regardless of the shape of the Earth. It just so happens that on a flat Earth, the surface of the Earth is flat, so 2 points B and C1 of the same elevation are always in this relationship. You guys blab about this all day long. How 2 points of equal elevation
I don't recognize anything you said there. Hang on. I don't recognize that as a flat Earth. I don't have that model. I don't have that model, and nobody here has either.
You don't have any model.
We're not flat earthers here. I don't know what you'd
you're
say
not.
that for.
But I'm talking to flat earthers in my presentation, am I not?
Yeah, but you're not here. I mean, I know
Well, I don't
the
care
peer
about
review
your
process
delusion.
is a bit tough, right? The
In
peer review
every
process is a
flat
bit
Earth
tough.
model, let me
And,
clarify.
people want to look at it,
In
very
every
carefully.
flat Earth model that I have ever seen,
But we haven't got one.
Let me, yes,
That's
I
why
know.
you're describing something to us.
It's neutral ground. So let me describe it to you if you can control
No,
yourself.
that's
For
fine.
30
I don't want to
seconds.
drag it out. Hang on, Peter. No.
Can you? Okay. In
I mean,
every flat earth.
your presentation, it's nice to see. Your
Can you control
presentation is in
yourself?
yes. Your presentation is in constant flux. What remains constant is your arrogance and your sarcasm. So, you know, I don't know whether that's going to help you with a peer review board, this kind of attitude that you've got. And I wish that you just stand down a bit because, you know, I thought people could just discuss things and not just constantly give arrogant little comments and try and belittle people and bevy and all that business.
It might be part of his presentation.
Well, maybe, but I don't find it very, you know, pleasant at all.
Well, he does
it
say
doesn't
all
help me
criticism
to look
welcome, right?
Well, that's mine.
Yeah.
I apologize. I find it sometimes hard to figure out if you are for real or if you're trolling. Okay.
Can
you just think I'm below you, and that's the problem.
No, I don't know if you're trolling or if you're asking genuine questions.
Well, I think what he was saying is that some things happen in reality, and
so let me clarify.
He seems to think that you're linking that to flat Earth, right? Now, I mean, you're for the purposes of your proof, you're just doing that, right? You're not trying to say that anybody who thinks triangles have 180 degrees is a flat earther, right? You're not attempting to do that, are you?
Of course not. How could you even connect?
Right? Okay.
How could you even connect those two things?
Right, but for the purposes of this, your ultimate glow proof, you seem to be, I don't know whether this is like a Houdini sort of thing, but you seem to be saying that triangles having 180 degrees and the relationships of the sides to the angles and about the right angle, all of that is flat Earth.
No, not at all.
That's, again, like I have to keep pointing this out. That's the impression I seem to be getting.
And I'm trying to help you.
Here. Because you're saying we can't move on until we agree. And we're saying, well, we agree to the triangles and all of that sort of stuff, but we don't necessarily agree that it's flat Earth. That's the sticking part in this first slide.
Can I speak now,
Yes, please do. Please.
Okay, because you're asking me for commentary and you keep talking instead of listening to what I have to say.
Because you seem to
but you did in the
you
first
took offense at
Elderbear
saying the very same thing. So it had to come from a different angle because you didn't seem to understand what he was saying.
I'm sorry, Bev, can I explain?
You seem to, excuse me, Peter.
It seems like somebody else might have to try as well. Again in a minute, Peter.
Bev,
your opinion of me. Hang on, Peter, just a sec. Your opinion of me. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Your opinion of me, I think, is coloured by the influence of Yui, who has informed you about his personal issues, and you don't know, whether I'm a troll or whatever. You just came along with that from Yui, and this is what you play. Wherever I go, you and him are trying to put me down, and anybody else like that, and acting this little team and trolling and calling people bevtards and all that kind of thing. And you create that. And then you expect me to just gotta give you some respect. You're joking. But I think that you thinking you can't take me seriously or I'm some kind of troll. It doesn't come from you. You were given that. And I resent it. So please stop. You can carry on now. Over.
Bev, you made your point in the first 15 seconds. I get irritated when people repeat the same thing over and over again instead of just asking the question. And can we just go back and forth quick? I'm a quick thinker. I need that. Otherwise, I get upset and I become an asshole. So here's the thing. Nobody questions the relationship between the existence of right-angled triangles in reality. No glober, and I hope no flat earther. The whole point of this slide, and the reason why I didn't want to move on from this slide is because and I say it sincerely, and I'm not trying to be mean, have very good reasons to believe that you do not understand basic geometry. And what I am trying to do on that slide is explain that this relationship, while it exists in nature, can only exist on the surface of the Earth, meaning B and C1 are equal elevation points on the surface of the Earth, if the Earth is flat. If the Earth is a globe, the relationship, the triangle will still be there, the same triangle, but it will have different dimensions. That's all that changes, which is obviously shown on the second slide after this, that we never advanced from because you couldn't comprehend that. And I will spend not only 4 hours discussing this slide, I will spend 40 hours discussing this and the next slide with you until you understand that nobody questions Euclidean geometry. This is all about using Euclidean geometry to, again, your favorite word, discriminate between, in this case, two possibilities. One, Earth being flat in the sense of its surface being a plane, or the Earth being a globe, as in its surface being the surface of a sphere. Okay? This is the context.
Again, Peter.
And if you don't understand this,
I know for a fact that you've never measured any of this in reality.
Well, we never got to the point.
What I'd say is, Peter, that in reality, these measurements have already been done. And this Euclidean method is the one that we use in reality. So you're linking it to flat Earth, right? That's what you're doing. You're saying this method that we all use in reality to measure all sorts of things, that is what we're going to call flat Earth, right? For your particular first slide. Because I can definitely agree on that. That, this is what we actually do in reality. This is the
Did you understand what I said?
This is the provable mathematics.
All the words that I said to you just a minute ago, did you understand? Yes or no?
Yeah. This that you're doing here.
Repeat to me what I said. Repeat to me what I said.
The H and the D, that is the provable. I think I'd say it again. It's the provable mathematics. The stuff that we can prove and use within reality.
Absolutely, that's my point. That's why I'm using it. Yes.
But the point here, I think, in your first slide, you've wrote flat Earth model. You're saying this is the flat Earth model.
No,
that's what I get to understand, and I think.
And your understanding is wrong.
Exactly the same thing.
Your understanding is wrong. Would you like me to clarify?
What does it say on the top of your slide?
Would you like me to clarify? I thought it was obvious.
Can the shape
I made a mistake.
be determined only using angles and distance measures, flat Earth model? Brackets.
I am updating my slide as we speak because I made a mistake. I assumed
you're changing your slide.
That is correct.
Like, even while because we're playing the video, right? So this is 10 hours of conversation after the point that we're talking about, that you are now changing the slide because it gave us the false impression that you were trying to link this to flat Earth. So
I am linking it to flat Earth.
All you were doing, right, was saying that triangles have this proportionality that we know, and we can use it in trigonometry in reality. That was what you slide. Step one is mathematics and geometry works in reality.
That's not what I was doing. No.
Okay. Well, do you want to, because I mean, this seems a bit if you're changing slide number 1, is there really much use going over this video?
It's the same slide. I'm just adding a clarifying note to it.
Right. Okay.
He'd already done that. You know, when we went through it, we had to add distance. You took the model out. You made loads of changes. So, you know, the ultimate globe proof, you know, that's what as Bev says, you know, what's the point in going on? And you know, and the people in my reality, if I said, you know, that what you're doing there, those horizontals and parallels that you're creating there for your building or your construction, or you know, you're a flat earther, don't you? I don't think they really appreciate it.
Yeah, if somebody kept putting brackets flat Earth model after everything you were doing, it's like you're measuring a distance there. Yeah, brackets flat Earth model. Well, it's straight, isn't it? Like, I don't know. I don't understand where you're going with this, Peter. I think we have had a lot of people do these sort of things, and I think it's mainly understanding the frame of mind that you're in when you're saying that sort of thing.
Okay, so you can ramble on. It's your show, or I can tell you.
Well, again, I'll say you're coming to us with the ultimate globe proof, and your first slide seemed to be something about flat Earth and triangles, and I was confused. Like step one,
you were, and I just explained it to you 5 minutes ago.
I was saying to the guys, I don't know how I'd start. I mean, I still don't know what is step one of Peter's thing. Can you summarize it for us again, Peter? There's only 3 slides, isn't there?
No, we only covered 2 slides. The first one was just the agenda.
Overall, there is only 3 slides. So can you just summarize slide number 1?
No, overall I have 10 slides.
Get your message.
Overall, I have 10 slides. Yeah.
Wow, it'll take a couple of days, Peter.
Well, with you, it might take a month, but the other slides present the measurements. We never got there, and we never will.
I've got 12. We have 12, and I bet I could take Elder Bear through them in, I don't know, about 5
I could take my kid, my 15-year-old kid, I could do this presentation with in 10 minutes tops.
I think you spent too long in that 24/7 flat Earth.
But with you, Bev,
easy.
I will
if he's
take
just as dense as Dad, that should be pretty easy. You know?
It is extremely easy.
Please summarize it for us then. Just give us somebody might understand a bit, hopefully.
You want me to summarize? I won't summarize the whole presentation because my whole
purpose. Step 1, please. Slide
step
number
1. Yes.
1.
You got it, Bev. Slide number 1 says this. In reality, right triangles exist, and the relationship between the angle shown, and the distances is as follows. Nobody questions that. That's Euclidean geometry. No controversy. On any flat Earth, the one that Rob believes in, anyone believes in, as long as they use the word flat for real and not trolling, 2 points of equal elevation, B and C1, always exist on a line that is a horizontal line in relation to the surface of the Earth. It is either on the surface or parallel to the surface. All horizontals are parallel. Don't forget, Bev. This is the only thing I'm saying here. In any flat Earth, B and C1, if they have equal elevation, are placed on a horizontal line. Therefore, the triangle this.
Again, why are you trying to link that to flat Earth?
Don't you see?
No, I don't. I don't understand why you're trying to link how
it's logic.
These elevations are measured in reality to flat Earth.
Right thinking.
Pardon me, Peter, but
Peter, said a poll. It's from your home country.
You said, Peter, that it is about reality, but now you are talking about model. So
no, I'm not. I didn't say model.
Flat Earth is model.
I don't care.
Yes, of course, we don't care because reality is one. So
Yes.
it means by necessity that this triangle and whatever geometric principles will work on any model, because reality is
Yes,
one.
of
So
course, but
it will work
wait.
on the globe
Yes,
also.
but that's not what I'm saying. Of course it will. But the next slide explains it. I think just based on your question, I think you will understand the next slide. Bev didn't. But of course it works. The values measured. See, here's what I'm saying. Obviously, this was just a warm-up, Bev, but you couldn't get over it. The values measured. Can I address the previous guy? In the values we measure in reality for H, D, and alpha 1, if they add up to this relationship, then we are on flat Earth.
No,
if they do not, you don't understand. The next
He does
slide
understand.
shows it.
Just have a bit of respect, Peter.
Sorry, but Peter, what you just said, this last sentence is non sequitur.
It's a sequitur. It's a sequitur.
No, you were talking about logic. This is non sequitur. You said that if these principles of geometry works as depicted by you, it means that this is flat Earth. This is what you said.
No,
no. Yes, this is what you said.
I didn't say it. I said if values measured relate. Let me explain. I'll summarize it very quickly. If we're on flat Earth, then points B and C1 are on a straight line, horizontal line.
Yes, this is now
Yes.
you are now this is circular reasoning.
No, do a yes no back and forth with me. If we're on flat Earth, then 2 points of equal elevation are on a straight horizontal line. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. If we are on a globe Earth, then points B and C1 are on an arc.
The real globe.
No.
You'll see in the next picture.
So now you are contradicting yourself because you said that it works on any model, but now you are saying that on flat Earth it will work and on the globe it will not.
No, you don't. Yes. You're not listening. You're not listening.
I am listening very carefully.
Yeah. You are
very
not.
carefully.
You're
just
not.
said that the measurements will be different.
A different triangle will be formed.
Yeah, different triangles.
A triangle will still be formed. It will have different dimensions, and the angle will not match H and D. It will match a different H and a different D than exists on the surface, and that shows you that the surface you're on is not a plane.
It won't be a right angle triangle, will it?
It will be of different dimensions than the topographical dimension.
Won't be a right angle triangle, though, will it?
Peter, we are not talking about surface. We are talking about geometry.
Exactly.
You said.
I'm not talking to you anymore.
Wait a second. You said 3 points. It doesn't matter on which surface these 3 points are. 3 points creates a triangle. You can create triangle. It doesn't matter if it is on flat Earth or on the globe. If they are the same, they have the same location, you create the same triangle.
Okay, you pissed me off right now, so I'm gonna do a demo, okay? Because I cannot this level of deny, this level of delusion.
Paper here and everybody else, right? This is what we call a false dichotomy modus tollens.
You're a dichotomy.
And this is, don't forget, this is Peter's ultimate globe proof, right? And he's insistent to talk about the flat Earth, right? So it's pretty obvious he's setting up a false dichotomy in which he can do a modus tollens to a straw man that he's setting up right now.
You're a tollens.
Do you disagree with what I said?
Yes, of course, because you haven't thought through what you were saying.
No.
That's why I'm pissed off. Hey, Bev, if I do a stream, will you be able to see? Will everybody be able to see?
Yeah. Give me a chance to move these things over.
I know I'm an asshole, but I have a really low tolerance level for just what I call
No,
intellectual
I've noticed there's a lot of
laziness.
things like
Instead of
that.
thinking
You know,
through
like
something,
Nathan
you just
Oakley
do
and
bullshit.
QE.
Yes,
You're
and
not
we have
likely to
low.
do that, are you?
I can warn you also that we have low tolerance for sophistry. Yes,
Yeah,
we can
sophistry.
agree.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't know sophistry if it sat on your face.
It's a bit like being sold the flat Earth model over in one of those channels, and with
Just give me 1
pictures and
second here.
descriptions and measurements. And I still ask, where's the flat bit? And I haven't got an answer yet. So
you guys in Discord can see it now. We're getting a live performance from Peter. I'd say we've done this. Peter, can you do us a favour, and can you put symmetry to this?
I don't know. No, not right now. Let me think, because I need to do something for this man
do it the
real
other way
quick.
as well, and that's sort of
Yeah, I don't.
just slide 9.
Idea in it.
Which slide is this?
I'm not listening to you guys right now because I need to focus for a second.
Focus.
So,
all right. So you go
go,
deafen.
yeah,
Go deafen
say
for
whatever
a minute.
you want to
go
say.
Yeah, you go deafen.
Yeah.
What you have to imagine as Peter's doing this is that all of this stuff is mirrored, reciprocated. He's going in both directions at the same time, because that's the way geometry and symmetry sort of works. This is exciting. This hasn't happened for a while. He needs to get his scales sorted out. It's not quite that big on the screen, is it?
I like his level of detail.
It's GeoGebra that. It's got
You missed the original paper. It was the other night. It would have been handy if you'd have been around to for your insight. We'd really have valued that.
Saragaki would be good to have here if he's
Saragaki would be brilliant. I hope he's around. Yeah, come on in, man. And he would have been a helpful paper because you could have translated some of the Polish swear words we were getting.
Yes, I've heard something from tonight.
You heard some, yeah.
Do you want some more?
Oh, why?
Come on, Peter.
This is
no, we want.
Server.
Just stick to your globe proof, the ultimate globe proof, please.
How about show a little class and humility?
At me. Well, he did, but no wonder I took no notice at school of some of these people. You're a teacher.
I didn't realize. I thought you were playing the old video. I didn't realize this was a new.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. This is great. Yeah. Like getting the presentation. It's maybe refined, I'm assuming.
I said to Blue Marble Science earlier, this reminds me of the good old days with George. Right? It brings back fond memories of this sort of time. These are special moments.
Yeah, they are. I agree.
Yeah, I thought after Saturday, or was it Saturday when it's over here, that with the extra tweaks that were done over here, that release version 2.2, but this will probably be 2.3. This one.
Yeah.
Nice. This is awesome. I'm excited now. I thought we were listening to the replay.
Can I ask a question?
This is great. Yeah.
I just want to ask a question. So,
to who? To whom?
No. This is just a general question to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in this diagram, we just have a couple lines. But do any of these actually represent the Earth that we stand on, or is this like supposed to represent over water?
Oh. I thought it was just geometry.
You can have both. You can have both.
Or is it? Is it just geometric principles? You know what I mean? Like, are we looking at like standing at the beach?
Yeah.
We're standing at the beach and we're looking at.
In reality, these geometric principles apply.
All right, cool.
When you're rubbing down the bodywork, Rob, a bit like
by
that.
the way, you said that they apply, Beth. Yes, they apply in space, not on surface of something. Just in space.
There you go. Problem solved.
What problem are we talking about?
Wait 1 second.
I think it's
like the other one.
Position 5. Book 1, maybe 7. It is looking neater. You want to watch out though, you don't flood the page with too many colours. George was doing that. Normally when we get to the final thing of this, this will already be done. So you can sort of, cut this bit out. Maybe do a zoom to show the workings.
Nice if there was an on the level credit at the end as well for the assistance.
Yeah, I think he's going to upload it as some sort of a GeoGebra.
You're all here.
Ultimate globe proof loaded up to GeoGebra. That'd be impressive, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Sort of a bit like hanging around in the pub when Einstein came around and talked about, all that bending and that. It's like at that moment, if you were there at that moment, you say, wow, yeah. Needed a bit of a haircut, the guy, but.
I think you should reciprocate it, and then we get to see the equipotential triangle. Keeping it hidden, aren't you?
This yellow lines are creating half of this triangle.
Yeah, he's on the
equipotential. Yeah.
Thing is, Paper, if you walk along that yellow line, in reality, just walking straight, you've got to not notice you're going downhill. That's key.
Yeah, I think on certain models you could call that the elevation change of a horizontal.
Yeah,
that's the thing, when you hear all these kind of things like models and things, you've got to really be careful to filter out what is real and what is just something that's being placed in your mind and remains there, and you kind of get hooked on it and build pictures around it and ideas around it that don't really exist. So that's been really difficult, in the flat earth thing, is that you're getting other models and pictures and descriptions to replace things that you discover weren't real either. And you've got to be very careful not to just replace one thing with another.
No, I am very curious because
yeah,
Peter said that it's working both on both models, but now he's trying to prove that it doesn't work on one of them. So I'm very curious. How
you're curious because you're misunderstanding everything I said.
Of course.
Yeah, there's only one model. This is what I was saying to him. There's only one model, yet there's two different positions coming up for the same thing.
Yeah, well, we'll try not to mention that this time. It was a bit triggering last time you mentioned it.
Yeah. Well, now we're off that.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Everybody
can you guys see? Can you guys
see?
So
we moved to slide 2 now then? Yeah.
No, I'm talking to Paper Organist. Do you have a real name, okay, like a real person that I can address you by a name instead of a childish nickname?
Paper, just call him Paper.
Childish?
Yes, Paper. It is.
No, there's no. I don't like that. I'm going to talk to you as a human being.
Sorry, I am human being, and this is description of the human beings.
Yep.
Paper
What's your
Organist.
name? My name is Peter.
Paper is what we call him.
And my nickname here is Peter. Is not Peter. It's Paper. Paper Organist. Full nickname.
Pick any male name and use that.
I'm going to call you Paper. No.
His name is paper.
I will. You are just. It's just caprice. Your caprice is.
Yes, that is
yes.
my caprice.
Okay, but I will not fulfill. Sorry, I can fulfill caprices of my wife, but not you. Sorry.
Fair enough.
You can call me Stepan Bandera. That'll be good.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
I'm not talking to that man anymore. Bev, resume the playback.
You are not setting the rules here. Sorry. I'm part of this. I am part of this panel, and you will not. Your request is just rude. You are just rude now. You cannot come here and say, I will not talk to that person because I don't like him, and I don't like him because I provoke him to do something that he doesn't like. This is just behave like grown man, please. Paper organist is here for 3 years, so I will not change anything because one guy came here and you have just silly requests. It's not just silly, rude. It's just rude. Don't you realize that you are being rude now? At least in our, let's say, sphere of civilization. Peter.
He gets angry.
I don't care.
He needs a bit of space. He's, like, let him go. Like, he might be walking around having a ciggy or whatever, just gathering himself. He's put a lot of pressure on himself. He's going after the ultimate globe proof.
Yes, but what it has to do with my nickname? It's just.
Look. He's under pressure. This is tough. But he's put himself in a tricky position.
Seems as though this was the ultimate place that he needs to prove it to. So that's added as well. This is the place he said he was most important.
Right, so still, is there anybody here that, like if we had to summarize this, what's step 1? Establish that Euclidean geometry is used in reality, in a practical sense. Would that seem...
Yeah, it seems fair enough, but it's linked to a model.
Yeah, some sort of false dichotomy, right? It's something to do with the flat Earth, right? I'm thinking because of a false dichotomy, but still, I don't want to like preempt how where he goes down the line. I'm still after what's step 1. It's summarizing Peter's ultimate globe proof. Measurements in reality comport with Euclidean geometric principles. And also that flat Earth too, for some reason. And globe Earth as well, like he said, right? The globe Earth, like it works everywhere, this Euclidean geometric principles. But again, like if it works everywhere, I don't know why you'd need to establish that it works everywhere, because it's one of those things that should be a given, right?
It is given. Yes, yeah. It works everywhere. And by the way, by this standard, some people on that panel should change nicknames also, because this is not a name. So, Elder Bear, I have slight suggestion, because you may offend our interlocutor also.
Yeah, maybe.
Peter does live streams on Twitter, or X, sorry, with a group of friends that he calls the Shillheads. So his Shillhead brothers I'm pretty sure. I mean, they might all go by their own name. I don't know. I don't know whether Peter requires them to also have their real names so he can communicate with them. But yeah, Peter's Peter does live shows and stuff, so he does know how to communicate and talk like this. But this having to take a break because he gets angry seems
I wonder if he's saying to you. I mean, has he told him to change his name? Or anyone else that's got names that he doesn't like?
No, he has double standards.
And by the way, on this Earth Awakenings of 24/7, this is not his objection there. Many people have very strange nicknames, and he doesn't object. He objected only to me because I pointed out his fallacies and sophistry. So he's angry with me. But it's still silly to force me to change my nickname. This is just nonsense. I don't know why he's doing that. Of course, he doesn't want to talk to me because I will point his fallacies, logical fallacies.
I think normally what he would have done is he would have gone and started swearing in a different language, but I think you might have understood what he was saying when he was doing it, so he's had to have muted. Let's go for a little bit of a walk.
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know.
I hope he's not one of those guys that goes around punching walls and doors and stuff like that.
Either way, it's doing wonders. Doing wonders for his case. You know what I mean? And, showing what kind of character he has. Doing wonders for it.
Yeah, he's building
Keep up the good work, Peter.
Ultimate Globe prop, right?
Yeah. With many breaks, of course.
Yes, it is a difficult thing. So it's not, yes, it's not easy to prove dogmatic globe model. So you need breaks, to refresh your memory, logic thinking, etc. I agree. But still, it has nothing to do with my nickname.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you don't like somebody's name, I'm not going to show you what I have. I don't like your name, so I'll just take my toys and leave.
Yeah, this is childish. Yes, this is very childish, but okay.
It's whatever. I mean, if he wants to do it, great. I was kind of excited, if not, because he doesn't like your name. Hey, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, I guess.
But he doesn't like my name, not from the beginning, from some point. He disliked my name. So
I think if he'd heard the story behind it, that was interesting. I thought it was even cooler after I heard the story behind
it. About this nickname?
Yeah, you told us last week. I think I was like, yeah, it's got I wondered what it was all this time, and then when you told the story behind it, I was like, yeah, okay. Well, I actually learned something from it, so it was really
okay. So as a reminder, so paper organist is name that Johann Sebastian Bach, the great musician, organist, and composer and improviser, he was writing many letters to his friend Erdmann, and he was talking in one of these letters. He was talking about organists who cannot improvise well, and because of that, they need to play from sheet notes, from paper, not from memory and not improvising. And sarcastically, he named them paper organists. This is how this name is created by Johann Sebastian Bach, and this is my nickname because I am organist. In fact, this is my profession. So it's like auto-ironic or auto-sarcastic nickname.
Yeah.
And it is linked to reality, of course. My reality.
I mean, there's been a lot of personal stuff, I don't know, there's some strange stuff going on around this whole subject and this people that gather in this room. That's been going on for some time now in over the 24/7 and taunting and baiting and name calling and putting people in certain positions. And no, he's gone. And yeah, so there's, I don't know, there's a tension around this whole thing. This is not really just like a discussion about something. There's been a lot of baiting and calling people out and name calling. So, it's no wonder that somebody might have a nom de plume, if you like. Because who would want to put their real name out there in this kind of world that we're in this arena? People would destroy you. Well, that's fine. That's your choice.
No, I just want to counter that a little bit. I'm sorry, you and I seem to speak on the same wavelengths, but the thing is, like, my name's been out there 7-8 years. I had a couple of trolls troll my YouTube name like 5 years ago, but they leave me alone. It might be because I'm like not out there pushing it. Do you know what I mean? But my real name's out there. If they wanted to call my boss, they could do it. My boss will laugh at them.
Yeah, but they called Bev a child abuser.
I know. Yeah.
Now, if your real name was out and people could get hold of that, and somebody,
they can. You want to call my daughter's school? You want to call my daughter's school, my son's school, and be like, "Yo, your dad, he's a flat earther. He's a danger to society." That's the kind of thing that we get like stigmatized with. I understand, but I don't have a problem with my name being out there. But that's just me. I know why people don't want their names out there, and I understand.
For me, speaking for me, I have no problem. Generally, this is just what I want to do here. So with that nickname. So, but I have no problem. I could put my real name, but I just don't want, and it's just my choice, free choice. And nobody will force me to do otherwise. So that's I'm just objecting Peter's attitude here, because I have no problem with my real name.
And I don't think it's the name. It's not the name, Paper. The guy's got other reasons, obviously. My opinion, anyway.
Of course, yes. He dislikes me because I pointed out a few fallacies in his inferring. So, and I am waiting for more, because this whole argumentation is based on logical fallacies. So now we have false dichotomy, and now we have non sequitur and begging the question. This is typical for globbers, and also for some flat earthers, yes, but mainly for globbers. So they operate within logical fallacies.
Yeah, you might be able to call him, right, I mean, he is coming with the ultimate glow proof, but so far from the information that we've been given, would you know whether this guy's a globe earther or a flat earth troll at the minute?
I don't know, because I think that generally sophists are not on either side, because they are just sophists. So it doesn't matter for sophist on which side he is. It doesn't matter. So he's just proving anything that he wants to prove using fallacies. And he's trying to be convincing. Okay, no problem. But as I'm listening to him, I can spot fallacies, as always, because he's not the first. I am listening to these fallacies for years. So this is just another guy who is just providing fallacies here.
Yeah. You're trying to prove flat Earth, I think, without proof, something like that.
No, or fallacious proof. And by the way, for example, this fallacious modus tollens. And because I went over this Nathan Oakley, your Bev and Elder meeting on Nathan Oakley. So I am at the end of that. So I can say that, of course, QE is completely wrong, because saying fallacious modus tollens is correct. It means just that you have modus tollens, that form, you have this form, and in this form of argumentation, we have some error. And Bev said that this is error. Fallacy is error, and Bev is correct. So if we have modus tollens with error in it, it means that we have fallacious modus tollens. This is, and I don't understand why QE was asking for a definition of fallacy. This is just word. That means
you could
error.
literally have the. I can show you it. It's like, isn't that much better than the definition? Yes. Surely.
It's just, yes, because it is application. And by the way, you are pointing out this error, and you did, but they didn't listen. And of course, and Nathan Oakley claimed victory that you didn't define. But by the way, this asking QE asking, this is not his only method, but this is normal tactic in discussions, dishonest tactic, because it is a red herring, typical red herring. Because why definition of fallacy can progress the discussion? It couldn't. So it was just pointless. You were asked to show fallacy in modus tollens, and you did. And they then QE asked you for definition of fallacy, which is red herring. And if because you didn't provide some dictionary definition, they claimed victory over your modus tollens fallacy, which is non sequitur. But this is normal sophists tactic. This is what they do. And by the way, on both sides, because when I was listening to this stream, it reminds me like from 2016, when I went to Red's rhetoric. It is completely the same, but more, let's say, more rude. I would say that I was treated more politely on Red's rhetoric stream than you were on Nathan Oakley. This is, I can assure you that it is true.
Wow.
They were more polite for me. And of course, I realized that I am in Troll's cave. But it was a long time ago, so I thought that the streams were genuine and people seeking for truth, etc. Blah blah blah. I was just naive.
Yeah,
but,
well, I realized I was in a troll's cave.
Yeah, yes, you were. But this Troll's cave is even worse than Red's rhetoric back in the day. He was more polite and more
practice,
honest,
haven't they? They like Nathan Oakley's had 10 years, like he was saying, 10 years of refining his art of, don't know, flat Earth. He's made the arguments and everything. Him and obviously Peter here. He's got these models. I consider them the same sort of thing.
Yes, and Peter, are you ready? Because long time passed.
Yeah. I mean, like, this would be a challenge to Nathan Oakley, because Nathan Oakley's measuring it flat. I'm guessing, what, Peter, if Nathan Oakley was watching this, he'd just say that you are actually measuring it flat there for him. So he'd say, that's how Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth Trolls work. So you're going to be measuring it flat, right? Because you're using straight lines. So let's just say that in order for you to get your model, you need to measure it flat, and that's what you're doing.
Bev, I don't know who Nathan Oakley is, and we're going to be measuring reality. Nothing flat, nothing curved, just reality. And then we're going to compare it against.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do
against
Nathan
the two
Oakley
possibilities.
I've got confidence.
Dude, stop quoting some guy that I don't know who that is, and you keep saying Nathan Oakley.
I had
just
belief.
Who is that? A pope?
Now,
a pope of the
convinced
church?
myself I've got no belief, and we measure the Earth flat, right? So that's what you're doing there.
Yeah, I'm going to show you that we don't. Spoiler alert! I'm going to show you that we don't measure it flat. Okay. Exactly.
You do know of Nathan Oakley, though, Peter?
By now, I've heard this name like 1,000 times. So there is a Nathan Oakley.
You were there the other day trying to get VC verified on his Discord.
Yeah, I don't think he's
that was
Twitter,
Nathan Oakley.
Is he? Nathan Oakley.
Huh?
That was Nathan Oakley, that British guy that was saying, "Give me money on my."
No, that's Arwin.
Now I know. That's Nathan. Okay, cool. Now I know who he is.
Yeah. Wow, that right there.
I was there when you were trying to get VC verified. Yeah. Sorry, go on. Who's that?
I didn't know that was the famous Nathan Oakley. I thought that was just one of the many grifters.
Yeah, I was really excited. I thought, oh, this will be really interesting. I think you should go and speak to him. I really do.
I would love to.
Yeah, go. He's on every day, 2 o'clock.
Make it happen.
You could. Well, you just go and Discord and talk. It's just that.
You already have it.
It's that easy.
I'm sure I've seen you in there.
Yes, it's that easy. Yeah, you go in his Discord like you came here, and then you can, you'll get an opportunity.
I think so, but I didn't know that was Nathan Oakley, the famous one. So which server is that?
Open your mic and talk.
FED.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go there now.
Stands for Flat Earth Debate.
You go there now.
I think you were in the queue to be verified the other day. I was there.
But there's nobody there now.
No. He's like at 2 o'clock UK. I don't know what time that is for you.
2 o'clock UK. Yeah.
He goes live. He always goes live. He does his live streams.
What is it with all of you guys being in the UK? Is there something in the water, like in the water supply over there?
We're not all in the UK.
Many of you, though.
Yeah, but
some.
Those of us that live in the UK are indeed living in the UK. Those of us that are not do not live.
I'm not in the UK.
Yeah, but the proportions is what
I'm on the southwest coast of British Columbia.
No.
Oh, you're right next to me then. I'm in Seattle, so I could come over and say hi to you.
But the big guys like Whitsitt and Jaron, Dave Weiss, they're American. They've got a big audience, haven't they? They're bigger than Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, I know, but like on these Discord channels, it's like the proportion of Brits.
Caleb's not a Brit,
huge.
Is he?
No, Caleb is a Nazi.
He's recently talked to Caleb. That's how big Peter is.
I got thrown out 24/7 for asking about him. If they thought that he was a good representation for Flat Earth, and they kicked me out because I'm not meant to mention that. But yeah, I was concerned and interested in the twists and turns that have been going on recently, and the biblical connections and the strange things that are going on. Really, that I thought that's a bit odd, for people to feel like they were represented by, Caleb or Whitsitt even, or one of those pastors, you saw, because Ben Odell, the Flat Earth pastor, he's kind of endorsed by Whitsitt, and he's going around saying that if you teach your children about the that they're living on a spinning space ball, that it's satanic and evil. I mean, he's preaching that in his church. And I asked them, you know, do you think, you know, you're just so in division, you know, by promoting and endorsing these people and hanging out with ex-mafia guys and stuff like that, you know, but they don't want to talk about it. Neither do they want to tell me where the flat bit is. So I'm just as interested in the evidence of the flat earth. But, you know, what I hear is people trying to give me an image of it and say, this is what the flat earth is. And that's not what I find in reality. So, you know, I can reject that flat earth model just as easily as anything. So when I hear it, I have to kind of filter it out and think, hang on, you telling me that this Euclidean reality we live in and linking it to flat earth, I have to try and disconnect it. I have to just stop, you know, I have to keep saying, stop the magic, stop, you know, but don't pay attention to that bit. You know, it's a bit like, you know, someone showing me that, you know, a map and saying, this is the flat earth. Like, well, where did you get that from? It's ridiculous.
Moving into 2024, we don't have.
Anyway, you can carry on if you feel now. It's an odd world, Peter. It's a very odd world, this, from both, you know. I was speaking to a guy in reality.
Yes, it's
today,
completely made up, Elder Bear. It's completely made up. You made this world up for yourself, and now you're thinking both of them.
Both of what?
All of you here, and Nathan Oakley, and all of those people, flat Earth people, and I mean it sincerely.
We're not flat earthers.
Can I finish? Can I finish? I mean this sincerely. I want the people listening on YouTube to hear this. Okay, so I'm addressing them. The people in this community here and the flat earth people outside have both created a delusional version of the world in which they live. And that's why you find it so strange. Normal people, they live in a reality, at least as far as the shape of the earth and stuff like that.
We have all agreed with you, though.
Hey, stop interrupting me, you.
With slide 1, we all agreed with you.
Interrupting me, I'm saying something. Normal people have a lot of problems in their lives, but the shape of the earth is not one of them because it is obvious to everybody what it is. You people have created an environment for yourself. You placed yourself on intentionally in this strange situation of talking about level, vertical, flat, curve. This is pure nonsense. It's a delusion, and it's hurting you every day that you remain in this mindset. That's why I'm here to help you get out.
Vertical and horizontal are a delusion.
You are a delusion. You are delusional in your interpretation of reality that you see. Absolutely delusional.
Horizontal, really.
Nothing to do with it.
And yet you're here reinforcing it.
I'm here trying to help you people. At least give some of the people listening a helping hand to pull them out of this nonsensical delusion so they can focus on real problems.
Carry on. Ultimate globe proof. Let's go on. Help us lift us out of
play the video.
Whatever that you imagine.
I'm not giving you any more proof than you earned last time, which was 2 slides worth of.
You know, but you were altering slide number 1.
Do your thing, brother.
Stream or the original?
You will not see any more of the proof until you're ready to process the basic geometry.
Yeah, and you're not. Are we watching your stream or are we going back to Bev's stream? Which one are we going to progress on now?
You're presenting.
Let's go to Bev's.
Okay, right. So we're going back to the original one that you've changed.
Yeah.
Okay, in the video. Right, okay. So this, what we're going over here now in this next part, he's changed. So when you get to see the actual...
Would you like to see the updated version?
Isn't that what you were meant to be doing, Peter? Have you just switched your stream off, so now you want
to switch I'll show
back on? You're making your mind up.
He likes to keep interrupting. That's his thing.
Updated my slides, so I can show you. We're going back again. We're going back to Peter's stream because he's going to redo a new...
Redraw the triangle.
Yeah, redraw slide 1. Because, I mean, can you summarize slide 1 for us yet?
Yeah, you have it in the live chat.
Impossible. No way. He couldn't summarize.
Oh, in the live.
No, there's no way.
Chat.
We all know he can't.
Would you like me to summarize it for you? Then?
Peter can do. He's clueless and he's very slow and he's quick to get angry. So that's pretty much all we know of Peter.
Quick to anger.
Yes, you are.
That's how I roll.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, you got nothing.
I put here that you've got. Can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distance measured in nature? Bracket, flat Earth. Right, now I will point out once again, are you saying the elevation angle is measured in the vertical plane?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The drop angle.
Therefore, your brackets flat Earth is on the vertical plane.
Whatever that means, buddy. Like, you use those words in nonsensical ways. So yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. So for the purposes of your proof of flat Earth, we are just dealing with a vertical plane.
For the audience, Bev uses those terms in nonsensical ways, so I just roll with it. So the answer is
Peter
yes.
doesn't know what I'm actually saying. When
Just accept my answer. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Yes, but you said that this is nonsensical. Please explain why it is nonsensical.
I will not waste my time. The answer is yes, Bev.
Okay, well, right. In order for me to allow you to understand, right, any measurement on the azimuthal plane will falsify your flat Earth on a vertical plane. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your slide 1.
Would you like me to explain slide 1, or are you going to explain it?
No, go. This is your slide, isn't it?
Right. Slide 1 contains 2 pieces of information. One, it is a refresher for high school geometry that says, in a right triangle, the relationship between the angle shown is as shown in the equation, and its height, the height of the triangle, and the length of its base is as shown. So that's just a refresher. That's not controversial. That is true in reality. The other thing that it contains, especially the updated version, is that on any flat Earth, 2 points of equal elevation, B and C1, would be on a horizontal line. Therefore, on any flat Earth, 2 points of an equal elevation and the third point that is on the vertical to one of those points would always, absolutely always, form a right angle triangle of dimensions h, where h is the elevation of A on top of B, and d, where d is the distance on the surface from B to C1. This is absolutely true geometrically in geometry, this relationship, and on any definition of flat Earth that one can accept with a straight face, meaning 2 equal elevation points are on the same horizontal line or plane, if you will. That's what this slide shows. If you let me speak to it, that's what I would tell you. But we just wasted an hour and a half going back and forth. Is that in any way controversial?
In the ultimate globe proof, yeah, it's a little bit
strange. Is this in any way controversial? The answer is yes or no to my question. Is what I said in any way controversial on its own? Don't jump ahead. One step at a time.
It is non sequitur, so it is not controversial.
It's a sequitur.
No, because you assume that this d distance is surface of the Earth.
You, my friend, have only seen the first slide. So either wait for the second slide, which at this rate might come in 4 hours.
You ask
You're
if
asking
it
for
is
agreement.
I'm not talking to you because I'm gonna only talk to people who have a real grown-up man name for me to use. I don't talk to people with nicknames today.
Sorry, but
I talk to Bev because that's a real name. Bev,
no, it doesn't work that way because.
well, it works for me.
Only for you, but not for others. So not for me.
Well, then, unfortunately, you and I won't be able to converse today.
Einstein was known as a man who
You can
wouldn't talk
stop
to
acting
people
like
unless
a
they had a particular
child.
name.
Today, I feel like I'm a grown-up man, so I'm gonna talk to other
I
grown men.
don't care
Yeah, but you're
how you
acting
feel.
like
We
a
are not
child.
talking about feelings. We are talking about this d distance.
My feelings are very important to me.
Okay, but not
So
for
are
us.
ours, so are
Not
ours.
for us. Not for us. We are talking about logic,
Then I guess
geometry.
we won't be able to converse.
Yes, because you are talking about feelings and we are talking about geometry.
Yes, and Bev, I like talking to Bev because Bev understands my feelings.
No, he's talking about geometry, not about your feelings.
Bev doesn't know much about geometry, but feelings he knows about.
Okay, but still, you are trying to offend me, but it doesn't work that way. This is childish. What we
Part
are
of his
doing.
ultimate globe proof, this.
This is a warm-up to the ultimate proof.
You
We've
asked
never advanced
question-
past the warm-up phase.
You asked question about controversial things in this step 1. And I said that this is non sequitur. This is not controversy, but this is just logical fallacy. So I answered your question you asked.
What you're saying right now is absolute nonsense. Bev, should we proceed?
RH said, "Tis globe is an emotional state." Do you often feel like that? Do you
No,
get
not very
emotional
often.
doing globe proof sort of stuff?
No.
Is it the flat Earth part that makes you emotional?
No.
No. Are you setting up a false dichotomy so you can play a modus tollens?
No.
So you can falsify one and say, "Da-da, 'tis globe."
No.
No. Are you going to get to your globe proof at some point?
If you let me.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's what I'm waiting for.
Well, we got to work through the slides in order, Bev.
Yeah, well, that's the first one. The first one states that Euclidean geometric principles apply to reality.
Yes.
Well, there you go. Boom. We're done.
Well,
right,
it
can
says
we move
one more
on to
thing.
the next one now?
No, because you have to also acknowledge another thing.
What's the other thing that we have to acknowledge? That you imagine it
Then,
to be flat
then
Earth.
on any flat Earth, if the Earth is flat, then the relationship shown between equal elevation points B, C1, and A being on a vertical in relation to B would be as shown mathematically absolutely always.
Yeah, that's what we said. That works in reality. Yes, we've agreed to it.
Yes, but as it is formulated, it is non sequitur. The consequence of these relationships is not shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm not applying it to the shape of the Earth. I'm just agreeing with this.
But Peter is. Peter, he says, if then, if these principles are true, therefore therefore flat Earth. This is
again. You didn't listen. You didn't listen to the
did. I did.
No, you
Step
didn't.
1 says, "Can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distance measurements in nature?" And then he shows us that the right angle relationship of arctan with the HD relationship, that applies. That's what he's calling. Like that's the relationship of the distances and the angles in reality. So we're saying
in
yes,
reality,
it does in reality. I don't know why you have to put brackets flat Earth. Mainly, I think flat earthers do that sort of thing to promote flat Earth. But I was saying that applies to reality. So yeah, that let's just carry on. If you want to imagine it's I don't know, some other Narnia place, then you can imagine that too. But I mean, it does work in reality. There's nothing wrong with that.
Brackets should be also not only flat Earth but globe also, globe or any shape you want.
Bev, Bev, I didn't create this slide to talk about geometry because I assume that everybody knows that alpha equals arctan of h divided by d.
Okay.
This slide, the purpose of this slide originally was to say, on a flat Earth, where 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane in relation to the surface of the Earth, this relationship, that is obviously true in geometry, would always be measured in nature.
Well, yeah.
And what this other man, what? Wait, Bev,
is the shape of the Earth, right?
Bev,
because you'll have a job.
What this other man is not hearing when I say this is this relationship would be true for the values measured in nature for h, d, and alpha.
Straight line distances.
If the shape,
yes.
Bev, where
That's
h
a horizontal
is
with no slope.
Bev, stop. Where h is elevation of the surface. The reason why this is sequitur,
a zero elevation change is what we call
to let me finish.
Horizontal
you need to let me finish.
Which is straight.
Jesus
in
Christ.
reality.
In reality, h is elevation.
Yes, that's
if the shape of the Earth is different than flat,
that
the elevation will not form the triangle, something else will.
No.
Okay?
Right. In reality, we use
on the next slide,
triangles using the rise over the run. Pretty much
the
like
rise over
H
the run
over D, right?
Jesus, I
That's
can't
that's
take this
the
anymore.
same. Rise over
Play the video.
run is the same as H over D. Right? The same. That's what we use in reality. So that, what you're talking about, also applies to reality. That's what I'm saying. Now, you can associate that to whatever you want, but we're just saying, in reality, that applies. I don't think I can make it any clearer than that, Peter. So is that what your step one is? That this relationship applies to reality? Because
that's step 0. That's not even shown here. That's step 0. I didn't even show step 0 because I thought I was talking to people who knew at least something about geometry. I can introduce a step 0.
We've all read Euclid's elements. We know geometry.
Okay, well, when I was giving this presentation and you just heard it in the recording, Bev asked me to explain what this equation meant, which suggested to me that he didn't know what it meant. Step 1, I just explained. Step 0 is saying there are triangles and there are trigonometric functions. Step 0 is not shown in the presentation. Step 1 says, on a flat Earth, 2 points of equal elevation always share the same horizontal plane on or above the surface of the Earth. When we pick such 2 points, B and C1, and we pick a vertical point on top of one of them, like A, we will always measure values of alpha, D, and H that will be in this relationship as shown in the blue box here. Okay? If the surface of the Earth is not a plane, we will measure different values. It will not violate the geometry of triangles because we will have a triangle. It just will be a different triangle due to the curvature of the Earth being non-zero. Okay? And if you let me, instead of speaking for so many hours over my proof, if you let me explain this to you, I would have done that in 30 minutes total. Okay? And I extend an invitation to you at any time that you want to go over these slides again. But I will not advance any further until you confirm that you agree with what I'm saying, or you point out a logical error in what I'm saying.
I don't know
okay?
what you're saying. That's the point.
But you don't.
You don't know.
But you don't. You know, if you don't get agreement and people ask questions, you don't speak to them.
Is there anyone
Yes,
here?
So how can you have agreement?
Is there anyone here that
speaking
can
to Pat
help
right
me
now.
understand what Peter's saying? Please, please,
Yes,
somebody
me.
else try.
Me.
What is Peter saying? Please. Can anyone know? Akumu, what's Peter saying?
As far as I understand, Peter is saying that this triangle will work on the flat Earth, and on spherical surface it will not work because distance will be different. So we will have different triangle.
Absolutely. I can even show you exactly what we will have.
Okay, but
would you like to see?
But still, we are talking about.
You're looking at it right now. Would you like me to walk you through it?
Oh, if you put your screen on again.
Yes, I'll do this
okay,
because
give us
I
chance
think
to
this
put
is
your
cool.
screen on, right? We're moving back over to Peter's live stream, everyone.
Fantastic. Let's do this, guys, okay? I'll walk you through it.
Please. Peter the globe prover.
So the value d that you see up here is the distance on the surface from B to C1, right? First of all, just only look at the orange triangle for now. Please ignore the red triangle, okay? Only the orange. So if you imagine that A to B is some elevation that we have, maybe a mountain, maybe a building, as our friend moves away from B, right, distance D increases. Right now it's 55, right? D equals 55. We have a beautiful right angle triangle, A, B, C1. And the angle right now from the horizontal at A is 8.27 degrees. Everybody see that?
Yes, we can see.
Yes? Okay. Because the distance from B to C1 on the surface is the base of the triangle. Easy peasy. If, due to some strange, mysterious reason, we were actually on a globe Earth, our friend would be moving away from B following an arc. This is the arc B to C2. Notice that our friend also traveled the distance of 55. However, he was walking on an arc. If that were the case, then the triangle that is formed has a different height.
He's not walking on a triangle.
You need to stop interrupting. Obviously, he's not walking on a triangle. Like I just said, he's walking on an arc.
But the mountain doesn't change height, does it?
The mountain, fantastic. As you can see, the elevation of the mountain remains 8. B to A is 8. That's elevation. Geometrically, the triangle that is formed is A, B prime, C2. That triangle still matches exactly the equation I showed, but not for the angle alpha 1, but for angle alpha 2, which now is 11 degrees. If our friend is walking down an arc, the angle we will measure will be 11 degrees, which tells us D is not 55. The actual D, the base of the triangle, is 54.904 yada yada, and the height of the triangle is 10.79851. Nothing is violated. We just found out that our friend was walking on an arc and not walking in a straight line. Thank you very much. Welcome to the globe. If we measure these values in reality, if we measure the angles, either the angle will correspond to the orange case, and welcome to flat Earth, or it will correspond to the red case, welcome to the globe. This is the proof. Now, the only thing I need to show you is the measurements, and it's game over. All of you should go home and do something productive.
Measurements of the angle.
The measurements of the angle, yes.
Is this what you can do with an angle?
That's what you can do with an angle. It's that simple.
Right, so you're validating that.
Yeah,
Nathan
and the
Oakley,
reason why so many people
you should definitely present this to Nathan Oakley, right?
I will, Bev. Now I want to speak to your listeners. The reason why so many globers, in quotes, are so often so mean to you guys, including myself, is because this is how obvious it is that we live on the globe.
Peter,
and
did you say?
Bev, you're not listening, Bev. The
did
reason
you say
why
that we've been mean to you, though.
I did not. You weren't listening. What I said was this. I will repeat. The reason why so many globers are so often mean to flat earthers or you guys, the on the level community, is because this is how obvious it is to everybody that the earth is a globe. And we sometimes look at you as people who chose not only to live in a delusion, but also actively make statements about science, geometry, measurements, while living consciously in an absurd delusion. I am here as a person reaching out to you to tell you this is how obvious it is that we live on a globe.
I'm not deluded.
Measurements
Peter.
made every day by thousands of people confirm the relationship of reality is the red triangle, not the orange triangle. It's game over, guys.
Sorry.
Go home, do something productive.
Okay. Thank you for advice. We didn't ask, but still, it is non sequitur because why you assume that D, this red D, is a curved line? You can have still straight line between B and C2, and you are not walking on the arc, but you are walking on the slope, straight line slope. Why you assume that this D,
the triangle will be different?
No, this triangle.
What I am saying, of course, you could be walking on a slope, but these are equal elevation points.
No. I'm not talking
you didn't get it, right?
I do. You are talking about equal elevation on the globe.
No,
I'm not talking about
in both cases.
No, if you are walking from B to C2, you are choosing to go through an arc. I don't know why.
I'm not choosing anything.
But instead
which
of
part
this
of
arc,
my setup did you not understand when I said B
no,
and C are points of equal elevation?
I say that
which part of this statement don't you understand? B and C in both cases are equal elevation.
Tell you, Peter. He's talking.
I am talking about because you are talking
Answer
about
my question.
traveling.
Answer my question.
No, I was responding.
I'm asking you a question, Peter.
You interrupted me with question, so I am going along with what I say. From B to C2, you can have straight line, not arc, and your new triangle with red dotted lines would be the same. That's why you cannot prove the globe with that. You can put D being curve. It doesn't prove globe. You can put from B to C2 straight line on a slope.
And what angle alpha will I measure?
The same, because the triangle,
let's try this.
Red dotted triangle, let's say, this new triangle would stay the same. If you travel in straight line from B to C2, your new triangle will be the same. Do you agree?
No, I disagree.
How it would be different? these points will be in the same position as
Would you like
they
me
are.
to show you? Would you like me to show you?
Location point, right? It doesn't move.
Yeah.
Would you like me to show you?
Okay.
You have the video?
Okay.
Can you show us like the 3 points that we're dealing with?
Yes. Am I not streaming my screen right now? Can you guys see?
Yeah, yeah. Which are the 3 points that we're dealing with?
Because I am talking about point A, B, and C2. And of course, this.
Yeah, I understand.
No, we've done this a few times. Peter told us the other day, so unless he's actually been out there and measured something in the last day or
He's
so,
got a video. He'll have a video of when he did it in reality from a mountain or something, I guess.
Actually
You know, if you
measured
did
an
it for
angle
real.
or whatever, yeah, at some point.
You know, if you could do it for real. But you know,
Oh, you were saying something like this, right?
What are you talking about? No, he says straight line from B to C2.
You've already drawn it.
Go on. B to C2. Not where are you going? Down, 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 down. B to C2, a straight line, he said.
I'm saying
That's
instead
it.
of curve,
Okay.
instead of curve, just straight line
Okay.
from B to
All
C2.
right. Okay. Now check this out.
No, from B to C2, not from A. Yeah, exactly.
There's a gray line from B to C2.
Yeah. Is this new triangle different from your previous triangle?
Obviously.
No. I am talking about triangle A, B,
AC1B.
Obviously, yes, I understand. A, B, C2, that triangle, yes?
No, B1. It is B1,
BC1,
B
A.
apostrophe. No.
Yes, of course it's a different triangle.
No, triangle A, B1, and C2 are the same for this curved D distance. If it is curved or it is straight line, it doesn't matter.
And I am telling you that it's not, and you won't listen to why, and I am actually showing you why it's not.
I'm talking about triangle again. A, B1, C2. Because
A, B, C2. The gray triangle with the gray lines, correct?
B1.
B1.
Where the heck is B1?
The red dotted line at the bottom.
In the bottom.
That's B prime.
B prime.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's very
B
small.
prime. B prime. Okay. I'm talking about triangle because you said that on the surface of the globe, you will have this new triangle A, B prime, C2. And this is because it is because of curved surface. And now, as you drew the straight line between C2 and B, I am asking if this new triangle A, B prime, C2 is any different from this previous triangle with curved surface.
And I am answering that it is. Would you
No, it
like
is
to
not.
hear why? Okay.
It seems to
Would
be
you
not.
like to hear me out, or are you going to just keep repeating your claim that it is the same?
Okay, go on.
The triangle A, B prime, C2, is that a right angle triangle?
Yes.
Okay. The triangle A, B, C2, is that a right angle triangle?
No.
They're different triangles, right?
No, but we are comparing. You are comparing different triangles. We were talking the first.
You can have any triangles you want, my friend. That's not the point.
Wait a second. You said that we are comparing two triangles, A, B, C1. This is our original triangle. And the second triangle created when you travel on the surface of the Earth, which is a globe, a sphere, that would be A, B prime, C2. And of course, they are different because the height is different. But you said that this is because we are going through the surface of the Earth or along the surface of the Earth, which is curved. So that's your proof for the sphere, because we are traveling from B to C2 on the curved surface. And that's why I asked you to connect these 2 points with a straight line. And this new triangle, A, B prime, C2, if it makes this triangle different. It is not. It is the same triangle, A, B prime, C2.
It's not the same triangle. The same triangle was... What does it mean to say the same triangle? The same triangle means the sides are the same and the angles are the same. What are you talking about? You made me draw a different triangle. I'm happy to draw you one more triangle. Would you like me to draw you another triangle?
What paper's saying is that it doesn't matter whether B to C2 is a straight line or a curved line. It doesn't alter the triangle A, B prime, C2. You've drawn a curve, but a straight line would be exactly the same.
Here, I draw another triangle.
Peter, didn't you understand what I said? Because
you're making no sense. I'm listening to every word you say, and you're making no sense.
But I am sorry,
I understand.
Peter. Yes, Elderberg and everyone else beside you understands what I am talking about.
Repeat that to me again.
Right, just listen to him this time.
Okay, so you said that we have original triangle A, B, C1, which is, you said on flat Earth, that would be flat Earth triangle. And in reality, you say, on the surface of the Earth, we are traveling this curved line, curved path, and we land not in C1, but in C2 position. And you created new triangle, A, C2, B prime. And you said that because you create this new triangle, it proves that we live on the sphere.
No, I did not say that.
This is simply...
You did. You said,
yes.
Globe, go home.
No, you're missing an important part.
Welcome to the globe.
Welcome to the globe. Go home. Do something useful with your time.
But not just based on that.
Peter,
not just based on that.
Let me finish. Your proof is big. This new triangle is created only because we traveled this d distance on the curve. This is what you said.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
So
go home, do something more useful.
Yeah.
No.
So why we landed in different positions?
Explain when you're ready to listen. Just let me know, okay? I'm going to go on mute until you're ready.
So I guess if you measure the angle at A, B prime, and C2, and see how different they are with BC2 being curved or straight, how would those angles change in that triangle?
No, it doesn't change anything. The triangle, this new triangle, this second triangle,
but Peter says it does.
Same. So it is not a proof for a globe, because if you have the same outcome for both lines, curved and straight, so it means that you can travel in straight line and you will have the same triangle. So it cannot prove the globe. This is my point. This is how logic works. You cannot have proof that proves everything. This is, by the way, Duns Scott, the medieval monk. This is his author of the statement that if proof is proving everything, it means that it proves nothing. Because you cannot use the proof to prove two sides, two oppositions. One opposition, if you are proving one side of opposition, therefore you need to disprove, you are disproving the other side. But in that case, you are proving both. It means that you cannot prove the globe that way.
Diletheist.
You are violating logic.
Yeah, he's got diletheism. It's a new form of logic that's been taught. Brenda was the first proponent of diletheism, and it seems more and more prevalent. It's like they can't see the contradictions. They allow themselves to be able to be contradictory. Blue marble science, I think it was part of the blue marble scientific method.
And we can see on the screen, and audience can see on the screen, that this curved line and the straight line between B and C2 doesn't make this new triangle, A, B prime, C2, different. Because this line is inside of this triangle. So it doesn't matter if it is curved, bumpy, humpy, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change location of these points. So how can it prove? I can draw a bumpy line, zigzag line inside of that. So it means that I am proving zigzag Earth? No. You can draw any line you want between.
I can't. I have to step in because the level of insanity. What is the length in your triangle that you wanted, the gray one, the line K? What is the length?
Doesn't matter, Peter.
What are the
end points of the gray line? What are the end points and start points of the gray line and the red curve line? No.
I'm talking to the other person.
The length will make no difference.
I'm talking to the other person. Shut up.
Don't make him angry.
You made me make a triangle. You said we could be walking from B to C2 in a straight line.
You made the triangle, Peter.
If we walked by 55, we would not have made it to C2. We would have gone past C2. Don't you see that? It's impossible.
That's triangle. You told us the angles. You made the triangle, Peter. You did. We didn't.
It's not the same relationship. The angle alpha 2 would have been different because C2 would have been in a different spot.
They meet at the same point.
You told me to draw a line between BC2 and C2. I did, but it's of a different length to maintain the same angle.
Does that make?
Don't you see this?
Yes, Peter.
So listen, the Earth could be the shape of a donut, but that's not the point of this measurement.
Peter, we've got a request from the YouTube audience.
I cannot fucking do this. I cannot do this.
Can you please calm down?
No, I cannot.
You're frightening some of the audience in the YouTube.
That's the entertainment value. That's the entertainment value that you're going to get out of this.
We don't go for that sort of stuff. Nathan,
well, then I'm going to shut up until
really enjoy having
the level of stupid. Until the level of stupid lowers down, I'm going to stay mute. Okay. You guys go ahead. Keep debating. Keep debating triangles. Okay.
Yes, we are talking about triangles.
Line.
You can discriminate between the three cases. Don't you understand? Don't you understand that you can discriminate between the three cases? We walked on a horizontal, we walked on an arc, or we walked on some kind of weird.
You only got an angle, Peter.
All of those would have a different.
You only took it from the angle, Peter.
All of them would have a different angle.
You took it from the angle, Peter.
All of them would have a different angle.
You only measured an angle to a position, Peter.
You're an idiot.
You defined and said it's curved. You didn't define that curve.
You
defined an angle to a person at C2. You then formed a right-hand triangle, and between B and C2, it doesn't matter whether you put a curved line there or a straight line there. They both meet at exactly the same place.
Alpha 2.
You never found a curve. You found a straight line from A to
Alpha
C2.
2 is the angle.
Now you filled in the rest.
Do you understand the parameters here? Height is 8. distance is 55. You cannot have a different triangle with height 8 and distance 55 than the orange triangle. You cannot. And the angle alpha 1. You cannot. I showed you your fixed parameters are H is 8, D is 55. This dude made me draw a gray triangle where the D was 54.97 and he's claiming victory, exploiting a fallacy.
That's because a straight line is the shortest distance, Peter.
Yes, the
That's why it's
distance
shorter.
we walked is wow.
just a distance, not shorter. I really
shorter than he's got
and
marked
why
there.
is why B to C1 is also a straight line? Why is it 55 then? Straight line is shorter.
No, it is not. Distance is distance. Distance is shortest
Straight line
path.
is shorter than
Shortest
what?
length. Yes, shortest
The
length
gray.
between
The gray
points
line.
is distance. So don't speak about shortest distance because distance is only the one.
Exactly. And you made me walk a different distance, 54.97.
Not different distance.
No.
It will
Because
locate.
you wanted to keep the same angle. You were like, you'll still get the same angle if you walk down a slope. Yeah, I will get the same angle, but I will walk a different distance.
So your picture is wrong because if this D is 55
Good, that's
in
an
straight
F in
line,
middle school. This is a middle school F.
Sorry, but if D is a straight line, it 55 whatever kilometers or meters. So this C2 point, if this curved line has length also 55.
That's what's shown, right? Isn't this exactly the case? Doesn't it say
yes,
55?
It means that your picture is wrong because this C2 point cannot be in the same location.
And it's not.
Okay.
This is all computed, by the way.
But still, I am asking about the second triangle with dotted red lines.
Here's
different.
the formula for point C2. It's rotated by an angle, arc angle, whose value is D1, which is 55, divided by P times 2 times R times 360. This is exactly the length of the arc is 55, as the software tells you. And exactly the reason why the angle measured, alpha 2, is greater, 11 versus 8, is because C2 is in a different spot than C1. It's not as far out because it's an arc, and the right angle triangle, the only one you can form between points A, C2, and B prime, that has the angle of 11 and corresponds to the arc 55 is the red triangle. If you walked from B to C3, let me finish. If you walked from B to some other point C3, also by 55 on a slope, C3 would be in a different location than C2, and the angle measured will be alpha 3, some other value than what is shown. This is what obviously is the case.
Okay, but still, how can it prove the shape of the Earth?
It allows you to discriminate between three possibilities that you now introduced. The Earth is flat, the Earth is spherical, the Earth is some kind of triangle joke Earth. Okay? You can propose any shape of the Earth, concave, convex, flat, and there will be different measurements on such Earths. This is what science is. You can come up with 7 ideas. Earth is flat. Earth is a globe. Earth is convex. Earth is a donut. Earth is a fucking joke. And you'll get different triangles in every single case, different measurements. Now you go into reality, as Bev says, you do your measurements and you say, I wonder which one of those 7 Earths the measurements correspond to. And what's at the end of the presentation is that they correspond to the globe and not the other 6. Thank you very much.
What about if you had a curved line under the grey line that was 55.
I can't even process what you just said in my head.
Well, mirror the curved line that you've got there, the red line, and then you could mirror that under there from C2 to B at a length of 55.
Elderbear, with all respect and no, not being an asshole right now, stop.
Okay, but still, you this C1 point is in a different location than C2.
Of course.
So it doesn't really, I don't know why you are using these triangles, because of course, if we are on the plane and if we are on the surface of the sphere, the location of these 3 points in respect to each other will be different.
No, yes and no. That's a good point you're making, and this is exactly the purpose. Let me answer.
Wait, I didn't finish yet.
But I disagree with you, so don't continue. You'll continue after we clarify. Don't continue.
This is
Do not
Peter's
continue.
proof.
Please.
That's not how you talk in mathematics or physics. If I disagree with your premise, it's pointless to continue.
Do you agree?
Out of respect, I'm interrupting you. Because whatever you're about to say makes no sense if we cannot be on the same page.
You're shutting him down, Peter.
Okay, so you are interrupting me, but
so we can discuss what you just said. Let's discuss what you just said.
So I will clarify what I said. Point C is in different location than C1, of course. The other points are in the same spot. So it means that, of course, it creates different triangle. So this is implication. And we are not arguing with that. We agree. But I am asking how it can prove the shape of the Earth, that we have
I will tell you.
Different triangles with points with different locations.
I will tell you. Because obviously what these two cases, orange and red, they're comparing two possibilities, right? One possibility is we're on flat surface. The other possibility is we're on a spherical surface. Here's why we can determine this. The relationship between points B and A is the same regardless of orange or red cases, globe versus flat Earth. Even if we're on a flat Earth or globe Earth, in a given point we can establish a vertical and measure the elevation. So AB, the relationship between A and B, remains the same in both cases. And we can measure it in reality. We stand on a given point, we measure the vertical, we establish the vertical from that point, and we measure the elevation from B to A. Easy peasy. The other thing that remains constant in both cases, when our friend is moving away, he is measuring the distance on the surface without knowing the shape of the surface of 55 in this case. He has an instrument. As he's moving away from B to C, he counts 55. So this is also the same. Even if it was flat or globe, he traveled in his car, whatever precise car measuring device, by the length of 55. And now we ask, this is the same in both cases. This is the point you were missing. And now we are standing on point A, and we're measuring the angle from the horizontal, our horizontal, which will be the same on globe or flat Earth, horizontal meaning perpendicular to the vertical, like our friend Bev likes to say. We are measuring the angle from us to our friend. Now, if we measure the value of 8.2, this tells us automatically that our friend moved in a straight line from B to C1. If we measure 11.12, this tells us that our friend moved on an arc, and in this case, the radius of the Earth is 540, which is obviously a joke. But I can show you a 2-scale example if you would like to. Okay?
You
Does
just
that make
say
sense?
that the radius of the Earth was a joke.
This example is a joke, yes.
I would say, Peter,
but I'll show you a 2-scale. I just need to do one thing.
Is
No,
a
I want to
joke
talk to the other. I want to talk to the other guy.
Radius of the Earth.
I want to talk to the other guy.
I'd like to address what you said. It still doesn't.
Before you do, before you do, I want to ask you a question. Do you understand what I said? That because A and B are the
Just going to
same,
address it.
because D is the same, and because the angle is measured, that simple mathematics allows us to determine which path we actually took in reality. Is that clear?
It is non sequitur. We have.
It's the fucking quitter. It's the quitter.
Stop, Peter.
This is
Just
the
listen
quitter.
to him. Listen to him talk to you.
Yeah,
but I cannot treat him seriously if he randomly uses the term
He
non
is
sequitur.
serious. He's probably more serious than you are, Peter.
Means that your conclusion is not following your premises. This is what non sequitur is, a premise in conditional statement. You have conditional statement if then. So if this if is not the cause of the consequent, you are creating non sequitur. And your consequent or conclusion is that the Earth has to be a sphere because of what you said about these different measurements of angles. And this is non sequitur, because we agree that the consequence of your measuring these angles would be different, because point C and C1 and C2 are in different locations. So it is implication that these angles and these measurements, length of the sides will be different. We agree with that. There is no point to argue with that. But this is geometry. And we are not talking about surface of the Earth. And by the way, angles are created by two straight lines, not curve.
And that's what I'm showing, right? Where do you see a triangle with a curve?
Nowhere, but it's still, you have just two triangles with 1 point C1 and C2 being in different location. And implication of that is that you are varying the triangle. You are changing triangle from...
I'm not changing anything.
You are changing position
Let
of
me
triangle.
walk you through this again. This is a scientific observation.
Not done in reality.
Parameters. This is a scientific observation. It's not
you haven't done in reality.
You need
said
to
this
stop.
could all be done in reality.
Shut up. You need to shut up. This is a scientific observation that is intended to determine which triangle exists in reality, which relationship exists in reality. The parameters, shut up. The parameters of the observation are: we have the same elevation h, and we are moving by the same distance d, in this case 55. This we know. It doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. We don't need to know it to know the elevation h and the distance traveled 55. Once we travel the distance, we measure the angle from A to C. We don't know which C we are at, C1, C2, or some other C3. We don't know. All we know is what the elevation was, B to A, and what the distance was, D. And now we know the angle because we measured it, whatever it is. And now we think to ourselves, what possible shape could the Earth be, since we travel distance 55, to create a right angle triangle with angle alpha. And what I'm showing you here is that the only way you could have an angle 8.27 would be if you traveled in a straight line D55 to C1. If we measure 8.27, it tells us we had to go this way. If we measure 11.12, we had to go on an arc because that's the only way we can form a base D prime equals 5490. But if we measured some other angle, like 15, then it doesn't add up to either of those. Maybe we traveled a different arc. Maybe it's some fucking crazy Earth. Who knows? What I'm saying is this simple measurement allows us to at least discriminate between these two possibilities. Now, you could introduce a third possibility, fantasy Earth, where distance changes, due to spiritual state of the observer. Yeah, but now we're in crazy world and we cannot do science. But as long as these measurements can be trusted, then you can determine the shape of the, whether the surface on which you traveled 55 is curvature 0 or some other curvature. That's all this says. Now, what is left to go and do the actual measurement and then see which way it falls. Yeah?
And it is, it is impossible. Because difference
Of course
between...
it's possible.
No. Because difference between D, which is 55, and D prime, which is 54.9, it is just within any margin of error.
And you're wrong. Would you like to see a real example?
Real distance is different. Right?
Here's the actual Earth. Here's the actual Earth to scale.
The real Earth?
Yep.
To scale?
I thought it was an oblate spheroid. Where's the center of that?
To scale.
The oblate spheroid. Where does that, can you do that to that?
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
To scale, is that like a circle? Is that a circle? When you say to scale, have you scaled a circle?
That's right.
Why don't you talk about the oblate spheroid?
How long did it take you to do that? Did you calculate that? The scale circle?
All I need to do is to move this slider like this. You see? That's all I need to do.
That's all you need to do to scale it.
But you're scaling,
absolutely,
you're changing R value.
Yes, this is the actual R value of the globe.
Yeah, that's scaling. He's scaling a circle.
You don't know what that means.
Obviously.
So
obviously it's me that doesn't know what that means.
How tall do you want the mountain to be?
Why do you tell people not to say that?
Right now I have you at Mount Everest. Let's go to 2 kilometers. That's a good sized mountain.
Don't you already have it to scale? Why are you asking us what size we want it?
It is to scale, yes.
So it
I'm gonna show you an actual measurement,
doesn't it? Because you've scaled it.
Yeah, it's up to you. You can pick any parameters you want.
But this is your model, huh? This is the globe.
This is my model.
In reality. Yeah. In reality.
In reality.
But it's an oblate spheroid, you said.
No, it's
Shut up.
No, it's a circle.
So, my friend, who was I talking to? Okay. So
well, this
here
is a
we
circle,
are.
But that's not what it is. It's your model, is it?
He scaled it. Yeah, he scaled the circle.
I'm talking to my other friend.
No, he said don't. Yeah, he tells people not to say that.
Elder Burr, shut up. I'm talking to my other friend. I'm talking to my other friend.
Dogmatic reality. Yes. You mustn't speak about it.
I'm talking to my other friend. Okay.
Okay, so we are talking about model. This is just a model.
Listen, I'm explaining the geometry to you.
So this isn't.
It's just a circle, really. I mean, it's just a circle, but I mean,
can I talk to my friend?
This isn't the globe Earth, then. This is a model of the globe Earth.
Can I talk to my friend?
Exactly.
Could I please be allowed to talk to my friend? My friend, you said that we couldn't measure the differences because they could be small, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so Let me show you so I can tell you why I disagree. So if we were to do this measurement on Earth, in reality, from a mountain that's 2 kilometers tall, and let's say the distance by which you move was 10 kilometers, right? So h is 2, d is 10. The difference in angles between the two possibilities would be 0.04 degree. Do you see that number?
Yeah.
Okay. A professional theodolite has the accuracy of 0.00027 degrees. 1 arc second. With a theodolite, even at these distances, mountain is 2, d is 10, we would be well within the margin of error of an actual instrument. You see?
Did you do this with this instrument then?
Yes, of course. If
You've done
you
this.
move further away,
you could have just showed us a video.
It's
I
been
could,
claimed.
but I'll never show
it's
it
been
to
claimed,
you.
right? But you know,
I'll never show it
just
to you
going
until
with the
you
claims,
agree with
right?
all the slides.
Obviously, Peter's never done it.
So you see, as we move away, my friend, the delta increases, right? Because the curvature has a bigger effect between the two options. And we are so well within the margin of error, it's not even funny. I think we're within the margin of error, even if you're 2 kilometers away in this case. Yeah, so that's how we do it. That's why it's so obvious. Welcome to the globe.
That wasn't the globe, though, was it? That one you did? That model you're representing there, that's not the globe, as you claim it to be in your reality. That's the circle, yes. But that's not how it's described, is it? In reality, in your reality, and people
in my
talk
reality,
about it,
that's exactly
when
what
they
it
talk
is.
about it, they describe it as something else.
What do they describe it as?
An oblate spheroid. So, you know,
what does that mean?
You can, well, that's your, you know, you could tell me about that. I don't know what it means.
Well, why don't you think it means something else than what I'm showing?
Because you know it means something different than what you're showing, because you tell people not to talk about it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean circle, does it? Oblate spheroid doesn't mean circle.
It's not a circle.
What's an intersection?
And the radius
of a sphere?
would obviously be different too.
What's
an
an
different
intersection
at
of
different
a sphere?
points, wouldn't it?
If you slice through a sphere, what do you get? Through the center of a sphere. If you slice through a center of a sphere, what do you get?
Slice.
Hmm?
A slice. What about through the center of an oblate spheroid?
What shape? What shape?
What shape is that?
What shape do you get when you slice through a center of a sphere?
A different shape than if you slice through an oblate spheroid.
What shape do you get when you slice through the center of a sphere?
Well, you make your proof between
Go
the
on,
two.
go
Show
on.
me the
What
difference.
That would be a
What
circle,
shape?
like you've just shown us.
Like
Yeah,
this one?
another circle.
Okay. What's an oblate spheroid?
I've no idea. I've heard it. You know, you describe it as such. So, you know, I know you don't want people to talk about it, but
How do you know?
How do you know? Obviously, I know you don't like the guy who talked about it, but it's obviously not what you've drawn there, is it?
What is an oblate spheroid?
It's not that. It's kind of pear-shaped.
It's pear-shaped. Okay. What does it mean?
Well, you know, what does a pear look like? I don't know how big. You know, I don't know. It's just described as such.
It's not a very. That's not a very.
It has offset radii, doesn't it?
Offset radii. Okay, what does that mean?
It means the radius value changes. It's not static. Whereas on a circle, as we know, they're all the same, aren't they?
Yeah. By how much?
They're not. There's a difference.
That's right.
Right.
What's the
that's
difference?
the point that we're talking about. The difference
you show us the difference.
Yeah.
What is the claimed difference in the radii?
You should know.
Don't know.
Think that some like 3%, they say. I
No.
don't know. I don't
It's
know.
0.03%.
Oh.
It's almost nothing.
Almost nothing. Like
It
your
is
angle
almost
was
nothing.
almost nothing, and your curved line was almost nothing. And,
It is 0.03%.
well, can you draw that now and show us what that looks like?
I could.
He claimed a scaled circle. He said it was scaled.
Yeah. To scale, he said.
But distances.
I know you did it.
If you change radius, you are changing distances irregularly. So it's difficult to do that, to keep scale when you're changing radius, for example. This is for me. It is just impossible.
Oh, can you explain why? Why is it?
Hey, you're just going to show us. Come on.
Surface of the Earth is surface of the sphere is undevelopable surface, so you cannot change.
But look at me change it right now. Small Earth, big Earth. Small Earth, big Earth. All the angles are changing, right? Do you see the values for alpha 1 and alpha 2?
Yes, angles are changing. Yes, but angles are measured. Yeah.
Yes, but they're also the relationship, geometric relationship, has to be true. So with
because he's under the thumb of the masons and stuff, then.
As I'm adjusting the scale, obviously the triangles change shape, right? They have to.
He kind of messed it up for you, didn't he?
Yes, because you are changing angles. So and you
No. But
with an
look at what's constant. The height of our mountain is the same. It's 8, right?
Did you do the oblate one?
The distance that we traveled is the same, 55, right? 55, right?
Right.
You with me?
Yes.
So if the radius is 3000, then those would be the angles. If we go up, sorry, it changes, right? That's what it means. It changes, the scale of the thing changes.
Yes, it means that if you are starting with measuring angles, so you cannot determine radius from that.
Yes, of course you can.
No.
It's in my presentation.
You have to assume.
No, this is why you don't have to assume. This is what you guys always get wrong.
Did you show us the pear-shaped one yet? Is this the pear-shaped or the?
No, this is a perfect sphere.
Scaled circle.
Right. So not. Yeah, so not what you claim to be a reality in your world.
No, it's an approximation. If I move this out by 0.03%, you're not even going to notice, so I'm not going to bother.
Have you ever heard of
well,
the
that would make a lot
circle,
of difference, wouldn't it?
Peter?
This would move from here.
Have you ever heard of the unit circle?
To here. From here to here. From here to here. From here
so is that where
to
it,
here.
Is that where it,
I'm not going to
is that
bother.
where it changes? Is that where it changes shape then? About there, that position.
Yes, it stretches out a little bit by this much. I'm not going to bother to do this. Yeah.
And how can you now show the radius to all those other points then? How that changes in your circle?
It stretches. The arc stretches out a little bit by a fraction of a degree.
Then.
Yeah.
Not a perfect circle then.
No, nothing's a perfect circle.
No, not a perfect circle. Was it big? Because I did hear you give a little speech about how benign the Masons were, but then when it came around to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you allowed to comment that, maybe he was under the thumb of the Masons, under the thumb of the
I hardly ever bring up the Masons.
You spoke about them the other day.
Yes.
And then when you were talking about exactly this point, when you're talking about an oblate spheroid, you told people not to talk about it, and that you don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. And somebody said, well, we can't say whether he said that because he's under the thumb of the Freemasons, this benign group of people that you gave a little speech about. So I was kind of wondered why you didn't want to talk about that. If that was your reality.
I feel bad for being an asshole to you sometimes, Elder Bear.
Yeah, well, might
The
chase you down.
Masons are good at geometry. Is that true, Peter?
It is true.
What Peter said was that originally, when the Masonic order was started, it was so that the ordinary builder and the Duke and the politician, all these people could gather together in one forum and speak together on the same level about geometry or mathematics or even debauchery. He said, they may have done a bit of I don't know, orgies. He said they might have had an orgy or two, but it's it reminded me a bit of like this or a Discord where people of all levels of understanding could gather together and talk on the level. Don't seem to be demonstrating that very well, Peter, but you said they were like this benign group, but then it was inferred that they had some nefarious influence over Neil deGrasse Tyson, which I thought was a bit odd, because he talked about this oblate spheroid, but you were telling people not to mention. Don't talk about that. Don't say that. Only say it's a sphere.
Right. So this distance, this original distance, 55 and 54.9. So that changing of the radius, even with this small amount, will make your calculations vague and non-conclusive, I would say.
Well, I'm showing you right now that it wouldn't. This is the whole reason why I made this interactive demo, is to answer your such concerns on the fly. I am showing you what the measured difference would be and how well within error of margin it is.
They're just models, aren't they?
Yes, it doesn't prove anything. As I said.
Of course, this doesn't prove anything.
Can you do the one if we lived on a hexagon? What about that?
This, of course,
what
does
and
prove
then
it.
tell us what would be happening if you sent the man off.
Actually measured in reality. Do that one.
Yeah, but that's what's in the purpose of my presentation, is to show you that what was measured in reality matches exactly this relationship.
Matches reality.
You said it was flat Earth.
It's a direct proportion, 1-to-1 measured, and then
this cannot be a proof because this is just
measurement to
this
provide
is just a drawing. This is not an observation, is it? Peter. This is just a drawing.
Yeah, but you can
the observation
measure reality 1-to-1, and then use that measurement to put it on a scale map.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've done that in reality. It's already been done, Peter.
Ordnance survey, I think.
It has been done millions of times, of course.
Yeah. So what's your?
That's why we know we're on the globe.
What's your thing here? So that what yours is to say that the angle that we measure doesn't comport to that arctan h over d.
Not for the orange triangle, but yes for the red triangle. Exactly.
Well,
you
for
nailed
the triangle that gets measured.
Exactly.
Right, so
you nailed it, Ben.
That does actually work in reality. The bit that
you
said at the beginning.
Yes, you nailed it.
But didn't you say that was flat Earth at the beginning?
Yeah.
No.
Have you done like a QE, right? You say, we set it up, right? If this, then this. And then you say, well, no, not that. But what we do have is this triangle relationship that we said at the beginning.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, you got it.
All right, Peter.
Welcome to the globe.
How we couldn't get away from that, right? We started off with Tis Globe.
Absolutely.
We said triangle. And then, well, triangle. So therefore, Tis Globe.
It was the same thing with Oakley.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. Well, how much is it? How much is it, Peter? Now you've done all that. How much is the snake oil? How much is it a bottle?
It's free.
Yeah.
Oh, free. All right. It may have got to be a trick.
I think you should challenge yourself,
children or something.
I think he's doing a Nathan Oakley. He's just saying, say it.
Just say it.
Just
yeah.
say it.
Be confident.
Yeah.
Don't lose. But he lost his rag a bit, like Nathan Oakley
Yeah.
does. Got a bit angry. But Nathan Oakley said that he lost his temper and things when he wasn't confident with his argument. So
yeah,
maybe
when
that
his belief, right? When he had belief.
Yeah.
But now, Peter, have you heard that? Do you have belief?
I'm listening.
The flat Earth guys have got rid of all of their belief. They don't have belief anymore.
They got proof now.
Silly them.
No, they've got a confidence, right?
Well,
they've
they say it's a
confidented
proof.
their belief away.
Yeah.
So what about you, Peter? Do you have belief, faith?
Yeah.
Jolly good.
What do you think you're proving here, then, Peter? Is this slide 3?
No, there's no slide. I'm just showing you
said
these
go
triangles.
home. You said da done. Go home. It's a globe. Go home and do something
This
useful.
looks like slide 2.
It was
this
is slide 2. Yeah, we're never.
Let's go to slide 3 then. It might become clearer. We're dumb. We're delusional maniacs after all. Come on, show us page 3.
You said it.
On page 3, there used to be a half-naked woman, so that might be interesting.
I think this is the like the Xenu sort of
I
thing.
wish.
Right? Get us up to level 3.
Come on, then.
Come on.
See if 3 will make it any more clearer.
No, there is no slide 3 until we agree on slide 2.
What have we got to agree to? That you presented 2 models.
This is the relationship.
Peter, but we agreed. We agreed that these triangles will be different, angles will be different. Yes, we agree, but it doesn't prove that the reality is flat or the globe.
And this is what we need to agree on before we move on.
No.
Now you haven't proven it.
That would be begging the question.
Let me beg you a question.
We don't even understand, right?
I'm going to beg you a question.
Peter, I agree that you brought evidence for both models. Let's say geometrical evidence for both models.
Different
triangles. You brought that, but so that would be your premise. But
has he
reality
really got
is
2 different triangles for 2 different models? Is that what he's going with?
Yeah, yes, this is his
one for flat, one for
evidence for
one is technically not a triangle. Sorry,
but we do only have 3 points in reality, and he's got 2 different triangles.
Yes, because of this C2, it's changing position, and that's why he says that at that distance, 55, C1 is not
position? It's 3 points in reality.
Yes, I agree. So that's
is he doing this quantum bullshit? Is he superposition?
I don't.
You went for a pizza and you got to the burger shop. That's all it means.
But Peter said that you cannot check if you are in position 1 on position 2.
It might be quantum. Is he doing quantum stuff?
I don't know, but still, he said that if you are measuring from C1 or distance to C1, you cannot say, in fact, that you are traveling in straight line or not, because you still don't know. You cannot compare C1 to C2 because you have only one measurement.
Absolutely. That's exactly the point of this observation.
Yes, so that's why you cannot say that this D, this original D, is straight line.
Yes, you can. No, but you don't need to. You don't need to know this.
Yes, you need.
Well, think about it. Let me ask you a question. Is it possible for me to move from B straight ahead without changing direction horizontally in any way, and make sure that I only moved away by 55?
Are you a pointer of a triangle now?
Can I talk to my friend, please?
Yeah.
Are you trying to walk on the picture?
I think he's imagining himself as a point of a triangle. I'm talking to
my friend with the blue thingy.
Yeah, but I think you're trying to walk on the piece of paper, aren't you?
I am not talking to you. I'm talking to him right now.
I
I
understand what
understand.
I
I'm
understand
talking
what
to
you
the
say.
man, the
Yes.
grown-up man without the
Peter.
name with a blue profile picture.
Peter,
If in reality, no, Peter, because you have to let me ask you a question. In reality, if you orient yourself at a particular bearing, can you move straight ahead without changing that bearing and measure the distance by which you moved? Yes or no?
You have what I know is that you are measuring angle with straight lines.
Don't fucking talk about angles. I asked you a question.
Just distances, paper. Can you measure the shortest distance between 2 points? I think that's what he's saying.
Just tell him yes, paper.
I can measure distance. The shortest distance for me is strange because
answer my question.
You can measure distance.
Answer my question.
Yes,
I didn't ask
points.
you. I didn't ask you about measuring distances between 2 points.
You didn't.
I didn't. I asked you a very specific question. I've been through this with all your friends.
Don't know.
And I know how to
say
speak to you.
55 though, right?
And I know how
You did
to
say
speak to you.
55, right?
I know how to speak to you. My friend, can you, in reality, start at a point B, orient yourself at a given bearing, and move away from B by a measured distance of 55? I don't know. They could be 55 rotations of a wheel. Who knows? By some unit of 55. Can you?
Yes, you can move from point B to point C1 or whatever.
No, that's not what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to start at B and move by 55 and stop.
Yeah, and
yes,
measure.
length 55. Yes,
correct. Can you do that in reality?
Generally, yes.
Without knowing if the surface is flat or an arc.
If you have the tape, for example, steel tape or whatever, roll with this distance 55, and you can unroll it, and you can say that you are at that distance. Yes.
I love it. And if you, I love it. I love it. And if you unroll it on a flat table, it's going to be kind of a straight line of 55, right?
Yes.
Yes. But if you take the same tape and you wrap it around a large ball, then it's going to be an arc of the length 55, right?
Yes, that would be, yeah.
Amazing. So in reality, if I asked you to do exactly the same, on the surface of the Earth and move away by 55 from B, you don't need to know if the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe. All you know is you moved away by 55, and we still don't know, neither of us, if it's flat or not, right?
Absolutely, yes, because the surface of the Earth,
right.
at that point where you are, because you are in certain location, we are talking.
Short answers only, please. Yes or no?
No. So sorry, you are not. We are conversing. We are not. You are not interrogating me. So if we are in reality, it is unknown if the surface of the whole Earth is sphere or not, because we are doing this in reality.
Absolutely.
So you can have mountains, valleys, trenches, or
whatever. But we don't.
So you are going back to model. So you are going back to model.
Because we are.
I'd have to point out,
I'm talking to my friend.
of shape or anything, Peter. Regardless,
I'm talking to my friend.
You would always measure a straight line.
I'm not talking to you.
Regardless of the shape of anything.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
If the distance was 55, it would be 55
that is not the point.
Straight.
That is not the point.
It is.
So my blue
line.
That is not the point. I'm ignoring everything
you drew a
you're
straight
saying.
line.
I want to talk to my blue
from
friend.
B to C1.
Hey, my blue friend. I think your friends are very rude.
From B to C2, a curved line of the same length, and then you built your triangle
my blue
around
friend,
that.
you should ask Elderbert to stop.
And then you said That was proof that it was circular.
Unless you stop Elderbear, I'm gonna leave.
Because you built everything around two lines.
If you went to curve distance, then the distance
I'm
between
gonna leave
point A and point
unless you
B
let me
would not be
resume with the
55.
with my blue friend.
Why can't you address the question?
Because I'm talking to my blue friend.
Yeah, I am not blue. I am paper, as said. So I think that you have some problems with.
I'm talking to you. Whatever. I don't know your name,
today
so
Yeah,
I'm
in the
talking
chat.
to
He's
your
all-
voice.
So
he's
you
all
cannot
I'm talking to your
you
voice.
cannot read.
Are you
Elderbear is not
interested?
Elderbear is not a name. Also,
That's why I'm not talking to him.
okay.
So tell me, if
I'm
I
not
drew a
talking.
line, a straight
I'm
line
not
like
talking to
B
you.
to
I'm talking
C1,
to my blue
and then I
friend.
drew a curved line of the same length anywhere,
I'm gonna
and
give you
then
1
just
minute to let
and
me resume,
then
and then I'm gonna
built
leave.
triangles around it. What does that prove?
It doesn't prove anything, of course, but it is on the screen. We have this D.
But it's only built around a
D
straight
in
line and
straight
curved line.
Yes, D in straight line is 55, and D prime is 54, and this is straight line also.
Yeah.
This is distance in straight line. So that is the difference. So I don't know.
Just built around two lines, a straight line and a curved line.
Peter closed his. Okay,
Yeah.
so so we have different distances. That's why we have different triangles.
Yeah.
Well, what you bidding on?
So it means because the thing is that people are confusing length with distance. They are not the same. For example, if we are we have Olympics and people are running distance of 40. I think that one of distances is 100 meters, and this is this circle, which is not a circle. It is just, I don't know how to name this shape.
Like an oblong.
Yes, oblong,
No,
something like
oval,
oblong.
I think, yeah.
So they travel 400 meters in this oblong, but this is not distance from point to point.
Well said. Thank you guys for having me. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. Been a great help. Is your timer run out? I did see the countdown timer going. I think he might have a Twitter thing to go.
We conclude the peer review panel for 15th of January.
I'm being serious about this, people, right? What would you have to deal with that? You know, like, his first one was something to do with a triangle and with the relationship of the arctan. And then he said you get a different relationship, but that would mean that the height and the distance would have to change for you to get that different relationship.
Yeah.
In fact, it is another, I would say, fallacy, because it is like proving from ignorance. Because if we have this distance, not distance, length, because in fact we are measuring, if we are unrolling tape with this with this length 55. So what we know only that we traveled length of 55. We still don't know if we traveled in straight line or not. So we cannot prove either of these, let's say, scenarios. So if he has these two triangles, one with a straight line 55 and other 55 is curved, so the straight line would be shorter. So we don't know if we traveled with a straight line or not.
We just built triangles around two different lines or two different lengths.
Yes, but he said
and made one curve.
That the answer would be the angle, difference in angles. And I would say that you cannot measure this angle. He said that it would be in the margin of error. I wouldn't say that, but still, so he should provide real measurements of that. Because
yeah, but they haven't done any of this in reality. That's the thing.
Yes, the proof lies in reality, not in calculations, because I can agree with these calculations. I have no issue with that. Problem is that if he's saying that he is traveling length of 55, he cannot say that he is traveling on a straight line or not. You cannot just say that. Therefore, you cannot prove that you are traveling on the sphere because we have this length.
It's when you added the grey line there from B to C2, they both started and finished at the same point as the curved line. It could have been walking on a slope, between those 2 points.
Yes, I agree, but it still doesn't prove anything about your traveling. You don't
That's
know
why I said
how you
inverting.
travel.
It could be concave.
Yes, yeah, of course.
If you inverted it, it's 55. You're not proving what you're doing. You're just going a distance or length.
Yeah, rather length, because at that distance you can determine that you were until you can see the curvature. You cannot determine that you are traveling in straight line or curved line.
No.
Because deviation is so small that you cannot say. And therefore you don't need these triangles. It has to be measured curve from straight line anyway, because if you are comparing straight line to curve and all measurements in surveying are taken from straight lines, not curves, so that would be the slope anyway. You can measure some slope from horizontal, but in surveying we know that this is just the deviation of the land. So you cannot say that deviation of the land proves shape of the earth being spherical. You cannot say that because there are mountains and valleys. And nobody is taking measurements for long distances to show the curvature because it is impossible. So this is what allegedly Jesse Kozłowski and the other guy in this main surveyor from Maine, or Larry Scott.
Well, both left. There's only Larry left, and Larry's in the late stages of a nutsacking. They keep him protected. He's not safe to be out on his own.
So they cannot, and your pictures from Blackpool Tower, let's say, shows that you cannot measure really anything beyond 500 meters. In that distance, you cannot measure anything. So we are lacking measurement here. Calculations may be all right. I don't argue with that. I don't argue with Peter's calculations. Problem is that you cannot prove reality with calculations. That's the problem from the start, from 2016, let's say, for me.
He's got over 24/7, and he's already got on a red mic.
He might come back. I think he's made for Nathan Oakley.
That'd be hilarious. All right. pay for a ticket.
Yeah, he
by the
needs to
way,
go to Nathan Oakley because, like he said at the beginning, like Eric said, he said that proof, the ultimate globe proof, is for people that think that the Earth is measured flat, which is why he needs to go to Nathan Oakley, because he said it wasn't for us, right? That globe proof wasn't for people who live in reality.
yeah, because in reality you have to measure, because he was using word measurement, but he was talking about calculations, and we agree. And personally, I agree with his calculations and with his drawings. It's all right. But if we are talking about measuring something in reality, this is the different story. And by the way, I realized lately that what's the problem with this distance and shortest distance? Because I think that saying shortest distance is pleonasm, because this is like flat plane.
Well,
because
yeah, but in the sense that you could go a longer distance.
Yes,
right? You don't go in a direct route. You are going around the houses, right? Like that's a longer distance. So we say that the shortest distance is what we travel, or when we're talking about that, because that's a straight line. A longer distance could be any shape, right? You could go double back on yourself. You could, you could walk miles, couldn't you? And get lost and still end up at the correct place. But that wouldn't be the shortest distance.
Yes, but still, I for me, for clarification, because we use the word distance in two meanings. I realized that lately. Length as a distance, so how long the line is, we call it also distance. Because, for example, as I said, that in stadium, the people
like
are
the
running.
Circumference.
Yes, so they are running some distance. We can say that they are competing on the 400 meters distance.
Yeah.
But this distance is not in straight line from point to point, because they are making like circles. so it is just length. But the other thing is distance between 2 points. This is other thing. Because if we have locations of 2 points in space, and we want to measure distance between them, we are not creating fancy lines between them. We are creating only straight line. So if we are trying to measure length and we call this distance, that's okay. But people are sometimes confusing distance between 2 points and just length of the line. So that's, for me, it's confusing. So I in my mind, I'm trying to separate these two things.
I think
distance.
I think you have to say that, though, because in the minds of the people that you're talking to, they can just imagine any distance, right? When you say the distance between 2 points, right? If you don't say the shortest distance, then obviously that could be a great circle distance. It could be, twice as long. They could forget where they were going, or why they even set off in the first place, where they were going.
Yes, I agree. But if you say, for example, great circle distance, it means that you are talking, in fact, about length of the line.
Yeah,
because if we have to, for example, semicircle, let's say semicircle. So we can imagine that figure. in our head. So we have diameter and half of the circle, and when they meet, where they meet, we have 2 points: point A on the left and point B on the right of this semicircle. And how could you say that? What's the distance between point A and point B? Because in fact, that would be both great circle and diameter. So, but they are different, of course.
Yeah, well, so like Akumu says, he says the great circle, it's the shortest path on the surface of the sphere. Well, like you just said there, the shortest distance would be the diameter.
Yeah, yeah,
but the shortest
that's the
path
point.
on the surface would be in any direction from any one of those points, and you would get to the other point.
On the surface, yes,
on
that
the surface,
would be the
but it
shortest
wouldn't be the
path.
shortest distance.
No, yeah, that's why I am I am making distinction, because it is confusion.
Yeah.
Between path or length and distance, because we automatically think that distance between 2 points is a straight line. This is what we understand about distance. If we are measuring distance from point to point, we are measuring it with straight line only, one straight line. But if we are measuring length, like for example, as you said, that if we are measuring, let's say, how long the walls are, whatever, so we are not measuring from point to point, we are just measuring length of the walls or whatever. So we are going around corners, etc. But this is not measurement from point to point. We are just measuring length. There are different things. So people are just confusing because, like Bob the Science Guy, the shortest distance between 2 points of the surface of the sphere would be great circle. No, the shortest path, and Akumu virus is right. And that's why I am making this distinction between path or length and distance. There are two different things, I think, and they are not to be confused. You can say that the length is the same as distance only in case of straight line. You can equivocate length and distance. But with this example of semicircle, you cannot. You cannot say that this semicircle or circumference, which you have point A, point B, and this circumference is distance between 2 points, because for me it is just ridiculous to say that. Because if diameter is 1, so the distance between 2 points is 1, but with great circle, that would be half of pi, yes? So that would mean that distance is half of pi and 1 at the same time. It is just nonsense. You cannot say that.
Well, they can pretend that they can, can't they?
Yes, they do, and they are confusing words. It's just part of sophistry.
It requires you to be absolutely ignorant of the actual geometric properties, which I know Peter did a good job of trying to pretend to everybody that he knew more than anybody else about geometry and stuff. But I mean, I thought it was quite embarrassing, really. The claimed experts that pretend to understand these principles when they can't really understand what a straight line is.
No,
I mean, Peter did say today that triangles have straight lines. I mean, I don't know whether that was a bit of a mistake on his behalf. We'll give him a mulligan, right, in case anybody else spots it.
And the Kumovirus on in YouTube chat is trying to this sophistry. I call it sophistry because in fact it is. In the first comment, let's say, as I see, great circles are the shortest path on the surface, which is true. And he's saying the shortest distance between 2 points in the surface or on the surface of the sphere is a great circle. No, it is not. I would say with first, his first sentence is correct. It's the shortest path or length on this surface, but this distance, this length, is not a distance between 2 points. You cannot say that. It's not distance between 2 points, because we know that distance between 2 points on the surface of the sphere is shorter than this path. Great circle is longer than straight line, obviously. So it cannot be shortest distance.
You can't have a shortest path that's not shorter than the actual shortest, right? Like you can't say, barring these lines that are shorter, this is the shortest. If we ignore the ones that are shorter, which to me is ridiculous, and I don't think it should happen within mathematics.
Yes, but they are doing that. They are equivocating curved. This is the way how they equivocate curved line with straight line.
Yeah, that's why I always say the shortest distance between 2 points. I know it may sound pedantic, right? But you get that way talking to certain people. I mean, other people may look at you and say, why are you saying the shortest distance between 2 points? I mean, isn't that obvious? Well, you know, to some people it isn't as obvious as it seems. And you can obviously talk to people about the reason for that being so.
I would say that for me, it's better to say that the shortest length between 2 points, which is a distance, is a straight line. So that would be, for example, my definition of the straight line, you can say. And it is for this spherical geometry proponents. This definition, let's say.
This picture here, it's going to go in the chat right now. I think that's the reason why. Blue marble science. That's the reason why they get mixed up between what a straight line is. Shortest distance between 2 points.
Well, we didn't even reach the canal tonight, paper.
No.
The night when we were talking, we got as far as the canal, but we took a different route this evening, which is great. It's, you know, just shows, you know, somebody else's input and different aspects, what different people see. That's interesting, and how that awakens other thoughts in people. Great. Yeah, you learn a lot, realize a lot. But he's a very angry man. I mean, he seems to take this quite personally, because he has been, you know, taunting for a couple of weeks now, maybe a bit longer, really. But yeah, it's a lot of taunting and putting people into groups and trying to get them to come out and supposedly be, you know, ridiculed in public, kind of thing. You know, that's why I chose to want to go for 24/7 to, you know, do it to that audience. But yeah, he does get triggered and really angry, which is a bit strange for a teacher. You know, somebody who said he was a teacher. I mean, you wouldn't want to be in his class and disagree with him. You know, you'd be in detention or.
Yes, but
you know.
he should realize that he is not in his classroom.
No, exactly.
And he's not schooling his pupils. He is participating in conversation, and both sides of conversation are equal, and they are arguing, and if someone is defeating you in conversation, this is just like a match of some game.
Yeah.
You can lose, okay,
Game
or
of wits.
seemingly, or it seems that you are losing, but still it should be fair play. And he was not fair. His behavior was not fair. And I'm not talking about geometry or whatever. I'm talking about his behavior here.
Yeah.
Not fair. He shouldn't behave
Peter,
that way.
Peter's friend Yui wanna help him out here. Is that why you came in?
Yes, I was late, so
He's
he
been
came.
sent over.
Oh
by his
no,
master.
I was no. We got Peter's cuck in here. Maybe he's a friend of Peter's, wanting to help out.
Yeah, he's just come to extend
He's
the
shy.
the
This is
business.
live. He's not used to that sort of. Don't be putting pressure on people like that, Rob.
I'm sorry, but they come in here. I'm gonna say hi and welcome them. You know, I never seen the guy before. Thought he might want to say something. I'm sorry.
Thing is, Peter, he's convinced of it. He's not going to hear anything to refute his argument. He just thinks, it's the proof, and that's it. He gets really angry if anybody asks him questions or comes up with any other possibilities or shines a light on his faults. I mean, he's made so many tweaks since he's been over here. Removing words, adding words, changing angles, moving things around, I think that's what infuriates him, that he's not, the thing he's convinced with isn't really as good as he thinks it is. I mean, he seems to have convinced other people, and they haven't learned it either. I mean, you'd think that those people that are around him and have listened to this and believers in him could repeat that, somehow they'd be able to at least give a good go and present it on his behalf, but they don't seem to be very convinced of it either, really, enough to be able to talk about it. Not like, Nathan's, confidence. Go forward with confidence and just say it.
Nathan Oakley's statement is just absurd, but still, this mathematicians, they tend to go with that speculation because it is speculation. Mathematics is speculation. And people think that if this speculation is correct, formally correct, therefore it proves physical reality. It doesn't. Mathematics is correct, but it doesn't prove a material world. So you cannot just translate correctness of mathematical statement or geometrical statement into reality. This is the same thing like 2 + 2 = 4. It doesn't prove that unicorns exist, because you can add 2 unicorns to 2 unicorns and you have 4 unicorns. Therefore, unicorns exist. So it doesn't work that way. You have to show in other way that unicorns exist. You have to bring evidence for existing unicorns. Calculating them is not a proof for existence of unicorns or anything else. So my point is that speculation, correct speculation, cannot prove physical reality. And they are doing that, like tonight Peter was trying to do. He thinks that if he has correct calculations for something that it proves physical reality. It doesn't, and this is common error with mathematicians, because they think that what they think, if it is correct in their mind, it has to be. So,
yeah, we yeah, sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, we witnessed his reaction when you pointed to his unicorns. That was the, that was the truth of it.
Yeah, yeah.
He just, he just couldn't cope and had to run off and get angry and shout because you said, "Well, look at that unicorn you just created there," and that's it. It's he didn't like you for pointing out the discrepancy with reality in his models. I mean, he was just presenting some models. I mean, everybody could, could present a hexagonal one or a square one and just say, this is what would happen if we stood over there and we got this angle from here from this height, and that proves that it's a square, in that whatever. You could,
yes, exactly.
Prop something.
Yes, these models are just models. So if you disprove some model, and even if he says that it works on other model, we are talking about models. We are talking about unicorns. It is not reality yet. There are other things you need to make an experiment. Therefore, real measurements, you have to apply these geometrical things in reality. And we know that this is impossible to do. It is impossible to do to measure these things that he was bringing up in his GeoGebra, because if it was the case, it would be done, already done.
Of course.
But it isn't. So it
Some
means
of that billions of NASA money or something,
yeah,
done
whatever.
that and said, let's put this to bed. Let's really shove this flat Earth stuff under the carpet, get rid of it. I mean, God, that's ridiculous. It could be done.
So if he's saying that this measurements, there are just calculations, but they call it measurements, are very easy to do. So why it is not done? So that's the question. And by the way, it shouldn't involve much money, really, and could be done by anyone, in fact.
Yeah.
So why it is not done?
Oh, Darren's saying that I drove Peter mental. Me?
Because he had a report from the hospital.
Yeah, it must have been Darren, yeah. This was what Peter was trying to show you today before you drove him mental with unnecessary sidetracks to avoid an actual robust.
Hey, I came back to check in on
Yui.
Yui, are you okay?
Are you all right, Peter? Darren seems to say that I drove you mental. It was that a little psychotic break that you just had. Are you okay now?
What's wrong with Yui? Is he run over here for something and he's come to check out if he's okay and all in one piece or something? What's going on?
Is it about this episode that you've had, Peter? So
Yeah. Yui, are you okay?
We're all worried.
Why wouldn't he be?
I don't know what you guys have done to him. I think he came in here to.
He might have run away from you.
Stand up for me.
You're not harassing him, are you?
Did you ask him to come on your behalf? I mean, he ought to be able to present your proofs on his own by now. He's kind of like your apprentice. You'd think he'd be able to present it on his own. Where is he now? Don't know. We haven't heard from him.
He's not left, has he? It might be you, Peter. If he's left, I'd say it's you.
What do you think would have happened to him, Peter? What's your concern?
I'm here now. I was just
Oh,
was
there
also
you
left
go.
by accident.
Ooh, thank God for that.
Oh,
Wow, yeah.
he
That was
wasn't
you,
murdered,
mate.
Peter.
Yeah.
We didn't
He's
drag
all
him
right,
and,
Peter.
tar and feather him or anything or do any abuse to him. It's only the internet, Peter.
Yeah. Now,
You okay, Yui?
Peter isn't harassing you, is he, Yui? Just
He's
we
my best
like
friend.
to make sure people are safe. He's not.
Why are you asking if he's okay? What's happened here, Peter? Something we missed?
Something I may have missed. I've been away for
You
a
said,
while.
"Are you okay? Are you okay, Yui? Are you okay?" I mean,
Yeah.
what would you think? Why would you think he's not okay?
He's not said anything.
Yui, blink twice if
I'm
you're being
blinking.
held in Elderbear's basement.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely there. Yeah.
You should just lose your little problem, Peter. Your obsession with me.
That was the first thing Yui's ever said, Peter. Is that like what your cue to come in to make sure he's okay?
I think he sent him over. I mean, he did pop back over there after here anyway, so.
What about what Darren's saying about your mental break? Are you okay, Peter?
Hey, Yui, are you okay in reality?
Here. Look, Darren's told us that I drove you mental, apparently.
Who is that?
Are you okay? Darren, he's one of your guys from in the chat. He's had a word with you, didn't he? When
we're only discussing your behaviour,
mental
Peter.
episode before that guy, I presume.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, we were just discussing your behaviour this evening, and what it kind of told us about this whole thing.
Yeah, what could have I done better?
With your ultimate
like
globe proof,
maybe.
I'd ask one of the globe guys. Is Blue Marble around? Or what about Yui? Did he convince you?
About what?
About what was it? Tis Globe?
Yeah, Tis Globe. Axiom 1.
Well done.
It has to be.
That was good. Seemed to work for Yui, Peter.
Oh, I had no doubt, Yui, that it would work on Yui.
So could he do it on his own, do you think? Could he present it?
Wait a minute.
Definitely.
Did you say it only works on people that thought about the Earth being measured flat or something?
No, it only works on people who understand what a triangle is.
Yeah,
that's not what you said at the beginning.
That's the flat Earth, the triangle.
Because Rob said he knew that there was, it wasn't actually flat. And you said,
you know what's funny, Bev? You know what's funny? What is funny is that
here too.
When I started Flat Earth, I knew that there were people that...
You started Flat Earth? That's a big,
no.
grandiose
I'm
sort
sorry.
of thing.
I apologize.
Imagine yourself starting Flat Earth.
No, I don't. When I started getting involved...
I bet you had a big top hat on, didn't you, when you were doing it?
When I started getting involved with Flat Earth, I knew that there were people who were afraid of spheres, like Jerry, for example. But now I've learned that there are people who are afraid of triangles as well. That's a whole new level.
What do you call them?
Yeah, those are the globers. We call them globers that are afraid of straight lines. And triangles require 3 straight lines.
They certainly do.
All right. So why were you walking on the sphere and calling that a triangle?
I wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, you were. When you walk horizontally, that's a straight line.
Absolutely.
And that's what he was walking on, wasn't it, Peter?
I was.
See, he wasn't on a sphere at all. He didn't even think about a sphere, Rob. You're just imagining things.
Rob the flat earther.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not actually flat because there's elevation changes, which are measured.
No way. Are there?
Mm-hmm.
He's a bit calmer now. He's probably his therapy dog.
He's all right. Maybe a bit of medication.
It is 420. Almost.
Yeah, what's the fear of triangles called?
Triangleophobia.
I want to be easy to be done in reality, this globe proof. It's going to be that difficult.
It's very easy.
Expensive. But nobody's done it.
Well, people have known it for like 2,000 years and change, so no problem there.
Shadow giants, you mean?
Known. Only the people that know actually know, though, don't they? When you say people have known it, well, that would only be the people that actually know that. And that wouldn't include you, would it?
No, it includes like humankind as a whole, you know?
Yeah, but not you. Like when you say that we do measurements, like that's not you, right? That's just another
No, it's
group
humankind.
of people, isn't it? Yeah.
It's my brothers and sisters.
Yeah, the people that know,
out there.
right? Those ones, but not
Yeah.
actually you.
Yeah.
Why didn't they come and then show us then, instead of sending you?
They couldn't be bothered because they don't even know you exist.
Was that a Hoover?
Yeah. I think he's got a little cleaning job. He does this just to entertain himself because it's so boring cleaning.
Yeah.
How many homes have you done today?
That's really loud. I was just going to say, I'm a mechanic and I work on cars all day, but I hang out here with you guys while I'm doing that.
Peter's doing the same sort of thing.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but
just don't be vacuuming when your mic's on. That's all. That's why I don't use the air tools with my mic on. At least I don't think so. I usually end up talking to my boss with my mic on. Yeah, that's what I do. Sorry.
So did you return to get to slide 3 then, Peter?
Slide 10?
No. I came here to talk to Yui.
All right. Did you have a falling out or something?
Love you too, buddy.
So, you and your buddy Yui come to our server to have a discussion about what?
They've had a falling out.
He's
coming to make sure he's all right.
No, we come here to interact with Elder Bear.
Yeah, my best friend.
This is Model Affliction Monday, so thanks for being here, guys.
I'm model afflicted, but I don't actually adhere to a model.
Yui, did you study history at all?
I did, yeah.
Can you tell Elder was quoting me describing the original purpose of Freemasonry as a kind of like a social, as a system for people who want to interact outside of
X thing.
social norms, hierarchies back then.
Did you do?
Can you tell us more about Freemasonry?
Did you do a presentation? Because I think that's what he was talking about. Your presentation that you did on X.
It wasn't a presentation. I just told my friends what I knew about Freemasonry.
And that's what he was telling us about. He was telling us what.
Well, you said they were a benign. They were benign. You said they were a benign group of people. They were just looking after the cripples and the burnt children, that kind of thing.
No, that wasn't me. That was the guy who said his father was a level 33
you explained
Freemason.
and then you explained about the benign group of people that they were.
The origins.
But then when later when Red's rhetoric gave the inference that Neil deGrasse Tyson was under the thumb of the Freemasons, you let it go by.
Red's rhetoric's back.
Yeah.
Wow.
You didn't pull him up on it and say, hang on, there's nothing wrong with the Freemasons. You can't say that. It's just a group of people who are gathering together to have a little discussion, mano a mano, irrespective of what, your social standing is.
Mano a mano means hand in hand.
Well, whatever. You're hand in hand with Huey, aren't you?
Face to face, rather.
Yeah.
Of course.
No, mano means hand in Spanish.
Yes, but
what difference does it make?
Yeah, but it's hand to hand at combat. Mano a mano is a combat term.
Mano a mano. And by the way,
it's not a triangle. We know that.
If you think about Freemasonry, so first, what this name means. Why Masonry and why free? Because we know what Masonry is. So Masonry is a building thing. So they are builders. And free, because when you build something, you need to build with some plan.
I know what it is.
Yes, but
it means that they provide building services for free. Call today, Freemasonry, 1-800 Freemasonry.
I haven't met Freemason who is making buildings for free.
Yeah, call 1-800 Freemasonry. Call now.
So it means, in fact, that they are unruly Masons. So they buildings.
No, it doesn't. When you see free hot dogs, what do you think? Unruly hot dogs? No, free hot dogs, Freemasonry.
Of course, yes. No, but you are just making wrong analogy, I think.
Well, maybe you're making the wrong analogy.
I would say that Freemasonry is about bad thinking. It's just sophistry.
Huey, the default meaning of a word free is free, right? Not unruly.
Yeah.
The default would be, no payment required or free to roam, right?
No.
Not unruly.
I think you have wrong grasp of that, because when I say unruly, it means without rules, because for them it means that you are free when you are breaking rules.
But they have a lot of rules, secret handshakes, levels. I'm level 28.
Of course, on different levels, there are different rules, and they are breaking their own rules. Where when you are passing from one grade to another, you are breaking the old ones. That's the point, and you are making oath, which is breaking your old oath. So it is just about breaking.
I didn't have to do any of that,
including natural law, because if you are breaking natural law, you are beyond natural law. Therefore, you are God. This is what about Masonry.
So you think Freemasons think they're God?
Yes, of course.
And you think Freemasons think they're God, right? So
they are going to be gods. They are gods in process.
So you're mic, bro.
The higher you go in elevation of these degrees, the closer you are to be the god.
What is it at level 28?
I don't know much about that, but you are
Two
taking
floors below
oath.
the penthouse.
As I remember, you are making oath that you are submit to Allah.
Oh, I see. I didn't have to do that. So that guy who spoke on Twitter the other day, he said his dad was level 33. So his dad is God?
Not yet, because you know it is all deception. So this is a version, a popular version. We have popular version of Freemasonry and a real version for let's say inner circle. And of course you don't
I think I'm
end
just
with
a regular
33.
version.
You don't end with 33. You are after 33. You are just on the. You ended your degrees, but you have higher occult degrees. And
Kind of like Scientology, isn't it?
yeah, yes, yes. So I would say that Scientology is based on Freemason. This is the same kind of thinking, let's say. It's not about organization, but how they proceed with their development, let's say.
Do Freemasons know a lot about triangles?
Depends who are you talking about, because some of them may be geometers, some of them they are, for example, architectonists or whatever, mathematicians, teachers, it doesn't matter. But it involves, yes, because this G letter is not geometry, it's generation. And but you can you can also apply that this for geometry and this compass and ruler or whatever.
Hold on, there's a G letter involved?
Oh,
yes.
No wonder you're only level 3.
Is it the same G as in gravity, as in Newton's equation?
No, some people are ascribing this to geometry and others to generation. Like bearing, generation, yes.
Peter knows. He said
Did
he's
you get
28.
told, or have you got to keep it quiet, Peter? Don't tell us. Right. Send Huey in a.
Don't tell you what. I've been telling you the
Huey
proof for the
in a
globe
DM,
for 2 days now.
right?
By the way, I don't know some occult things about Freemasonry. This is just common knowledge about them. So I don't know how it is about your knowledge about Freemasonry, because it seems that you are starting from 0 point.
Yeah, Huey, what do you know about Freemasonry in history?
Precious little,
Yeah, these
but
two
I think what that guy's saying, it sounds like he heard that off a YouTube video that was targeted towards someone who would think just like him, right? Freemasons, as far as I'm aware, is alluding to guilds, not to any profound sort of wanting to be a god, right? Because there would be things like other trades that would use that prefix. So it's kind of made up in my mind, but
so you are talking
like
about
something you might have heard on YouTube.
But you are talking about just mere organization, how they organize and how they organize their meetings, etc. I'm talking about their ideology, which is just.
How do you know what it is? Like, how do you know beyond level 33 if you're not yourself in that clique?
There are people that were there and they made some confessions.
A YouTube video?
No. For example,
such as a YouTube video, yes?
one of the famous Freemasons
was one of those confessions a YouTube video.
Was just I think it was at the beginning on the 20th century. Did you hear about Emile Zola?
Yes, my grandpa had a whole shelf of Emile Zola's books.
Yes, so Emile Zola was grandmaster of some lodge. I don't remember which one, because it doesn't matter for me. And he got out of that, as he confesses. and he converted to Catholic faith, etc. So he made some confessions even to the Pope, written and by just word. So there are many confessions about Freemasonry and how it operates from himself. So that's it.
And that was way before YouTube.
Yeah, he's got a channel.
Beginning in
Emil's over
20th century, yes, that would be before YouTube, I assume.
See, you were wrong.
Yeah, YouTube. Best source.
No. My sources about Freemasonry. Of course, I saw something, but I think that about Freemasonry, this what is on YouTube is, I call it comic book version of Freemasonry.
I wish, right, and this is my personal sort of desire, that you had taken people's testimony of a thing as like going on a rocket, as you do some random dude who calls himself the Grand Master of a lodge, right? But apparently, you pick and choose when testimony applies, right?
Yeah, you discriminate. We discussed that word earlier, Bev, right? He discriminates between witnesses, right? He takes the testimony of one witness at face value, and then he disregards everybody else's testimony.
I don't disregard anything. But this
okay,
guy,
did we go to the moon?
Paper.
No, of course not.
This is
why not?
Definitely didn't.
This is for the audience.
Did Neil Armstrong go to the moon?
They're just looking for wins with the audience. That's the point.
I said nobody went to the moon. So,
but so many people have testified that they have. Like, what was it, 14, 15, 16?
It doesn't matter when it was.
But they all, that many people.
They didn't went because it is impossible.
Yeah, but they're testifying that they did.
Of course.
I think it's impossible for Freemasons to exist.
No, we know that there is.
How do you know? Are you a member of the Freemasons?
No, I don't know.
Can I please interrupt with a single quote?
But by the way, what better evidence for Freemasonry being existent or not you have?
I don't. I'm asking you, how do you know that the real Freemasonry you described as the real one, that were level 33 is just the beginning, that exists?
Thing is that he failed with his globe proof.
No.
So he went over to get Huey, and he said, look, we've got to get a win. Whatever we do, let's go and engage them and get a win for the audience, because it's the audience that matters.
There again.
I don't think
the audience just to try and get some idea.
I don't think there's an audience here that's going to be very sympathetic to me and Peter, so it's not exactly where I think I'm going to find wins today.
If you've had an argument, a little bit of a tiff between the two of you, then we can understand.
We came here to make up.
Sympathy. We can definitely sympathise with that.
Funny they act like more the couple that they always accusing other people of, who can't do without, who mimic each other, who have to be hand in hand and follow the master, that kind of thing. They
follow the master,
do that, and then they point that, project that at everybody else.
I think of Huey as my elder brother.
Yeah. Yes, master.
Thank you for representing Huey, my elder brother.
You can't really do that until you've actually been named by Nathan Oakley, and you've got to get the balls to go and talk to him.
Yeah, I've been baptized. I've been baptized by the community.
Yeah,
they gave me authority.
Oh, so I have to show up on Nathan Oakley's radar first, yeah?
You'll buy a ticket. It'll be fun. It'll be fun to watch.
How do I do that?
Just go on his channel tomorrow.
Do you
2 o'clock.
Globe proof?
2 o'clock UK time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell him we sent you.
Even
I would actually wake up early to hear you over it, Nathan.
Can you do it?
I'd go in there.
Can you go like 1 hour later? Because I finish work at 3, so just 1 hour.
He might be there.
Well, no, because the show's only an hour long.
It's
only an hour long.
Recently, yeah, he has been recently.
Oh, God damn it!
Jesus,
he has an after show. He has an after show at Discord.
Well, yeah, I know, but I don't know whether Huey would get there. I mean, Peter, if you were to go there at like 2, I'm sure you could keep him going. Like you kept us going for like 5-6 hours.
Yeah,
it is 6 a.m. my time.
Keep that going. I know. Get up early.
Here's a bit of advice, Peter. What you should do is you record it, right, and then listen to his stream afterwards and compare it with his live stream that will be going out. And you compare that with your recording. See what you think.
What's the point of doing all this?
Well, you'll see. I mean, well, don't bother then. I mean, I'm just trying to help you. You know, you might find it interesting, but you know, just listen to his live stream and see how you did afterwards.
Does he cut out a lot of what you say? Is that the?
Well, I know. I just gave some advice. You know, it's kind of like dismiss me. So why should you care?
I don't care about Nathan Oakley. I'm gonna smoke the fool regardless of what he does.
And by the way, maybe it is also still this Bitcoin challenge ongoing. I don't know, because there was challenge.
Yes, Dave was.
If you can deliver proof of the globe,
one proof. That's all.
You will. Yes, positive proof of the globe. You will have 3 bitcoins.
3 bitcoins.
Yeah, we can get you in touch with Dave as well. Like Nathan Oakley can't do that, but we could definitely facilitate that. I mean, yeah.
Open challenge he's got, yeah. Anybody. 1 glue proof, he says. Just 1.
Yeah,
I will bet all of my Bitcoin that I can deliver the proof.
Your ultimate globe proof. We can make it go places, if you know what we mean.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great exposure for you, because Dave Weiss gets about. You know, he's got videos every day pretty much. He's all over the world talking to people. Yeah, that'd do you good. 3 bitcoins. We'd have a commission because we put you in touch with that if you like. 10%.
That's fantastic.
What about Witsit? Have you been to see Witsit with your proof?
You know the entire crowd, don't you, Edinburgh? Everyone's name.
There isn't that many of them, to tell you the truth. A lot of them have left.
I've got them all on speed dial.
A lot of, like, most of the Globe guys have disappeared. Like, you're the new guys, aren't you? I mean, you've only been in it a couple of months, right, Peter?
Yeah.
Huey's pretty
8 years.
It.
Just here for a bit of entertainment.
I mean,
8 years of entertainment.
Huey only just finished school last week.
Did you, Huey?
Yeah, I just passed my GCSEs and.
What did you graduate in?
Oh no, I graduated 2 years ago, so I think he's joking.
What was your
in this flat earth thing, right, Peter? You've been in it, what, 2 months? And you're already sorting your ultimate globe proof.
What's your degree in, Huey?
My undergrad is in politics, philosophy, and history, and my postgrad was in international relations.
Fantastic.
Nothing related to science, unfortunately.
We need more of that.
Yeah, well, obviously it's not very STEMmy, which is why I suck at mathematics and physics.
But you're actually better than all of the flat earthers.
You're obsessed with those flat earthers, aren't you? Keep it going.
The bar is low.
Yeah, the bar is very low, and you're doing just fine. Like whenever I hear you destroying flat Earth, you're running circles around them. Physics or no physics.
Really?
Yeah, he does every single time. That's why it's so funny.
I'd love to have a go one day. Then you know what a straight line is, right?
No, that's why we come here to find out.
Yeah, this is advanced flat Earth, right? This is like if I could.
No, this is advanced.
This is
simplicity.
the Flat Earth University.
No.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
this is
Or we go to
advanced
graduate.
simplicity.
You think so highly of us. I mean, we do just talk about reality, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, flat earthers don't. You know, you're like
associate that
university
with
level
flat
flat
Earth.
earthers.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm the only flat earther here.
They were coming for Bev at one time. They're coming for me now. Wonder why that is.
Yeah, I think that's why they don't come after me.
They would if they
I
needed.
got my real name out there and shit. And they just leave me alone, let me build my cars.
They're not the only ones, so that's all right.
What is
and I just want to thank Bev for giving us a platform to hang out in.
Just for asking questions, eh? What about that? For wondering about things and asking questions. Got so triggered that they've got to try and hunt you down.
Have you seen Jesse Kozlowski recently, Peter? On Twitter?
I have not. I don't know who that is.
That's a shame, isn't it? I thought the ski. I once heard somewhere that the Kozlowski, that was a Jewish name.
No, that's a Polish name. Polish last name.
Kozlowski.
Yes, it's a very common Polish last name.
But he was in America. He's all right. He's an American. Do you know him?
No.
He escaped those Polish schools as well, I guess. All the schools like that then in Poland, are they all so harsh and beating people up? And
yeah.
So, no wonder you left.
Well, I left after that.
After you've been beaten, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Is that where you get your anger from?
Yes.
You seem a bit calmer now you got your dog with you.
Woof.
I didn't get that. What was that?
Did you seem a bit calmer now you got your dog with you?
Woof woof.
Oh yeah.
It's funny, but it really is funny coming from you. It's like the worst person to say that to someone.
That's why this is top entertainment, you. It's like an interactive comedy show.
Do you guys want to have a bit of a competition? Yeah, are you up for that?
How about that straight line?
Yeah. What is a straight line? You want to go first, Huey? You give the answer first, then I'm going to try. Okay, myself.
Straight line is curved.
You cannot be serious.
It is a shame though that they're not good at physics or didn't take physics classes. You can do 3.
Straight line, equal in elevation, horizontal, shortest distance between 2 points.
There are physics involved though.
My God, Huey, just like that, you defined it?
Yeah, I just grew a brain cell out of me.
Can I go next?
Okay, go on.
Bev.
So
if you take a vertical and you place a horizontal perpendicular to the vertical, and then you look at all the horizontals, they will be parallel. And if you connect them with a perpendicular line, that's going to be a straight line.
Don't think you've got the idea of a definition there, have you?
It's an example, Peter.
Okay. Yes, you're right. Sorry. Second try. A straight line is a line that connects all of the parallel horizontals that have been drawn as perpendicular to the vertical. The line connecting those is the elusive straight line.
And once again, I don't think you've quite understood what a definition is.
I think the first part was the definition, wasn't it? And the second part was an example.
Well, you just said.
Let me try again.
Horizontal, parallel, perpendicular, and all of those require straight. Yet he's defining straight as those things.
Yes, so that's tautological. Yeah. This is wrong definition because you are already using straight lines to define straight line.
Mm-hmm. That's what
I didn't say they were straight. Peter. I didn't say they were straight.
No, you were
you
meant
said
to be
horizontal
straight.
and vertical. So you are assuming
I
that.
Didn't.
Yes, you did. You said horizontal. So and I assume.
Yeah, but I didn't say horizontal is straight. It is what it is.
You were defining straight. Oops.
Oh no, not the mop bucket.
Yeah, no. You have to get the brush and pan out.
Oh, geez, broken the bloody ornaments. Oh, more cleaning, Peter.
Mouse.
Clean up on aisle 3.
A mouse. Oh.
Sounded like
you know what I'm doing.
Get that Hoover. Get the Hoover out again.
Like the ashtray.
You would never guess what I'm doing right now.
I bet it was the ashtray, wasn't it?
Nah.
Welcome, Sarugaki.
And you knocked your ashtray off.
If you broke the bomb, that's that's terrible.
It is horrible, but I don't have a bomb. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Sarugaki's here now.
Oh joy!
We were hoping you would show up earlier.
Yui, how was my definition? Why do you think it wasn't good?
I think no. I think you should probably try one more time because I didn't really catch. I mean, if they're saying that you said perpendicular horizontal, I mean, to me, I guess they make a point where it could be vacuous tautological.
But I didn't say they were straight lines. Everybody knows what a horizontal is.
So if you
it's the perpendicular to the vertical.
Right. Okay.
If perpendicular, therefore straight lines, because definition of perpendicularity is within straight lines. If you look at Euclid's definition.
What if I say orthogonal?
Oh, new word. Bring that one in.
I don't know. So
a straight line. Let me try one last chance. Last chance for Peter.
What?
Everybody knows what that means.
You found the.
Should I go? The last try. Okay.
Well, that's weird because Morris did the alignment on the front.
A straight line is a line that is orthogonal.
You said the tire was
to all the perpendicular horizontal lines that
I took
are
it for a test drive, and the wall was gone.
Rob, you are hot micing.
Yeah, I'm getting him.
Please say again, because Rob was on the mic also. So
okay. A straight line is a line that is orthogonal to all of the horizontals that are parallel and at the same time orthogonal to their verticals.
Yes, so it means that it is straight because it is parallel. And so this line that you are comparing...
straight lines that in the same plane, if extended, never meet.
So that would be like tautology. So you are saying it is straight line because it is parallel to other straight line. So it is not good definition, really.
Again, yeah, it's not as easy as it seems. This is it, Peter?
No, that's why I always lean on Yui to properly define things.
And what you would say about the straight line is that which lies evenly between extremities. What would say you?
I would say, what is evenly and what are extremities, and is that a sexting?
Extremity of a line is a point. So between extremities, it means between 2 points, being extremities of that line. So
okay, how does it lie evenly? What does it mean?
What even means?
Yeah, what does it mean? Like, so I have 2 points. So what is evenly and what is not evenly?
For me, it is basic word, so I already know what it means. But
I also think I know what it means, but when I imagine 2 points, I don't see. Give me an example of something that's unevenly between 2 points.
Because if unevenly, yes.
Yes, because if you said straight line is evenly, then I also want to imagine or see something that's not evenly, so I can, and I can understand what you're talking about.
Yes, so straight line lies evenly, and something that is not, that would be curved line. So there is a difference between straight line and curved line. Like, for example, we have semicircle and diameter. So we have straight line.
Yes,
diameter.
but that's not your definition. Now you're defining a straight line using a straight line. The diameter.
No, I am referring because you asked what the difference, that you want to differ this straight line from not even. So circumference would be not even, and diameter would be even.
So now you're defining even using a straight line.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And then you define straight line using the word even. So it's circular definition.
Evenly, he said.
Well, evenly is an adjective from the word even, so.
Yeah, well, like, as in the sense that you could divide a circle evenly with the straight line. Right? The diameter would divide the circle evenly. Both of the semicircles of that division would be even, right? That's the understanding.
Yes, but that's not the definition he used. He didn't define a straight line using a circle.
Evenly, and it lies evenly because it
okay, Blue Man, repeat your definition. Evenly. Repeat your original definition.
This is the original definition of Euclid. The line that lies evenly between extremities. This is Euclid's definition of straight line.
What does evenly mean?
Are you all right, Peter?
Yeah.
For me, a definition of straight line would be that this is the shortest length between 2 points.
The shortest length between 2 points.
Now that is a good one. You can thank Aristotle for that one, I think. But I'm pretty sure somebody else said it.
Not shortest distance. Mark my words. Not shortest distance. Shortest length between 2 points.
Isn't like within Euclid, it's the straight line, or the right line is it's 1D. It's without deviation. Evenly.
You just said evenly again.
Dimension is...
No, I said evenly as like comma, evenly. Without deviation. I.e. evenly.
Yes, so I would describe evenly as not deviating. So not deviating in the direction. So you are not changing direction. Because if you are changing direction, this line becomes uneven to another straight line that would be comparison to that your not straight line. But still,
I think I would agree. Yeah, I think that's a good definition.
But this is my definition. that I stick with that shortest length between 2 points.
I like that.
Or path, if you will. But for me, I would prefer length because it is in Euclid. This longitude, this is Latin word. Longitude and altitude. So length and breadth. So length, shortest length between 2 points. It is a straight line. You cannot have anything else than straight line if you have the shortest length between 2 points. You cannot imagine any other line than straight. Because if you imagine some kind of curvature, this line would be longer. That would, and by implication, it wouldn't be the shortest length.
Yui, what do you think?
I think in reality, curved lines have utility. You know?
Oh, yes, I agree. But this is not about definition.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's just a simple case of definition. But in reality, curved lines are useful.
Yes, we're only interested in reality here.
Yeah, but it doesn't deny the fact that straight lines are also useful in reality.
Of course they are.
We use them both. But for example, in surveying, surveyors don't use curved lines. They use straight lines only to measure things.
Yes.
And by the way, if you are measuring size of an object, for example, like this semicircle, I like this example because it is very clear. So if you have semicircle and you have this points where diameter meets circumference, point A and point B, if you have a task to measure size of this object from left to right, you will measure it with diameter, not with circumference, I assume. Am I right?
I wasn't listening. You can measure it the same with both, right?
No, I am saying that, for example, you have semicircle, and this is object, our object of measurement. And you have task to measure size of an object from left to right. So from point A to B.
Like its angular size, for example?
No. Distance, length.
Size of an angle.
No, I'm not talking about angles. I'm talking about semicircle, and this is object, like drawn on the piece of paper. And you have a ruler. And your task is to measure size of an object, which is semicircle, from left to right.
Oh,
what would you do?
Oh, okay. Do I know the if it's a first? Do I know the center point for the circle?
Yes, you know, but yes, it is in the center of the diameter. It's not a problem. I am talking about size of an object.
I'll tell you what. So the length of the arc, I would calculate it by measuring the angle between the extremities, and then I get the exact length.
I think that you are missing.
I showed you the equation for it earlier today when we were
not talking about equation. I am talking about measuring. You have a ruler. Yeah. You have a ruler, physical ruler.
But do I have a protractor?
Yeah, but
okay, that's it. Then I just measured it.
Yes, you are made, for example, 10 centimeters. But this 10 centimeters would be the diameter, not circumference, right?
So all I need to know is the radius and the angle between the two extremities.
No, to measure from point A to point B, you have a ruler and you measure distance
But I don't have to do that. I don't want to do that. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not going to do that.
I am talking about measurements. You are talking about calculations.
No, measurements. I measure the angle. It's a measurement. Measuring an angle is the same as measuring length. It's a measurement.
What angle would you measure? Because
of the arc. An arc that has 360 degrees is a circle. An arc that has 180 degrees is a semicircle. An arc that has 90 degrees is a quarter of a circle. And an arc that has 3 degrees is who knows how much of a circle, but by measuring that angle and knowing the radius, I immediately know the length of the arc. Immediately.
Okay, I am not
because I know 2pr, right?
Yes,
360 equals 2pr.
Yes,
That's
but
not
you are
just
still
of a circle, right?
you are still missing the point, because I was talking about size of an object.
And I just told you how to measure that size.
So one size, so that because it is two-dimensional object, semicircle, you measure this with 2 dimensions, with length and breadth. So the length of the semicircle, because it is lying, so this diameter is, let's say, horizontal, and semicircle is above. So the length would be, let's say, 10 centimeters, and the height of the object would be measured at the highest point of that semicircle. So you are creating vertical to that or perpendicular to that, and you are measuring, that would be radius, right?
I just told you how to measure the length of an arc. I don't know what you want me to say.
I am talking about size of an object. You have physical object.
Yes, an arc.
Which has shape of
an
semicircle.
Arc. Yes, exactly. Which
and
means an arc.
And you are measuring with the ruler size of an object.
Yes,
so
an
what
arc.
I would do, yes.
Yes, so I told you. So listen to my answer. Listen to my answer.
But arc is extremity. You are talking about extremity.
A semicircle is an arc. You understand that, yes? A semicircle is an arc.
Semicircle is a figure, two-dimensional figure.
A semicircle is an arc of a circle with the degree, the angle being 180 degrees. I just told you that. So I measure the length of a semicircle the same way I measure the length of any other arc by taking the angle and its radius, and I know the length of the arc.
I think that we are talking about two different things.
We're talking about the same thing.
I am talking about semicircle figure that has area. I'm talking about
an
object. Arc is an extremity, like diameter. In that case, diameter is also extremity.
What do you think an extremity is? It seems to me like
line is
you
extremity.
might have a fetish for extremities.
Line is extremity of a surface or of a plane. In that case, that would be plane. This is defined in Euclid.
Okay, so it's an extremity.
Yes, so diameter and semi-circumference, in fact, is extremity of that object, two-dimensional object. So semicircle is two-dimensional object. And I'm going to measure dimensions of that object. So one dimension length is diameter, let's say 10 centimeters, and the height or breadth of that object would be 5 centimeters because it is radius, right? In the center of the diameter, you are making perpendicular radius, and you're measuring height of this object. I'm talking about that because we measure objects in reality, because Peters was talking about reality with the straight lines and longitude and altitude, or yes, they are latitude and they are perpendicular this is how we measure objects. So we can say that this semicircle has length of 10 centimeters and height or breadth of 5 centimeters. This is how we measure objects.
Well, that would never be true for any semicircle in reality. Because if it has a diameter of 5, then its length would be 5 times 2 times pi.
No, I'm diameter was 10. Diameter was 10.
Okay.
So obviously radius is half of that. So
yes, so 5 times pi is the length of a semicircle.
I'm not talking about length of the line. I am talking about size of an object. You are still missing the point.
What is the size of a semicircle?
I'm not talking about length. I am talking about size of a two-dimensional object.
Define size.
Span.
You not got a dictionary?
Span. I really. Why you are trying? This is the same thing that Curie was trying to do with Bev.
Define as well. Define this. Define that.
Define fallacy. Error. So
define size the way you use it in this context.
Size of an object. How big it is.
Well, how big is a triangle?
Yes, you can measure this.
Yeah, but what are you measuring? What do you mean how big it is?
If you have object, you are always, my point is that you are always measuring things in dimensions, using dimensions within which they are. So if you are measuring solid object like cube, you need 3 dimensions. Therefore, 3 straight lines in 3 directions. 90-degree difference between them. And because I am talking
again,
only
what do you
about
mean by size? For Christ's sake, what do you mean by size?
How big it is.
How big it is which way?
Both, because I am talking about planar figure. Planar figure has 2 dimensions.
Okay, so give me in using your words, give me the size of a semicircle of radius 5. What is its size?
It is 10 to 5. 10 in length, 5 in breadth.
What about all the empty shit above the circle?
Why are I'm talking about the size of size.
You just gave me dimensions for a rectangle. 5 by 10 are dimensions of a rectangle, and you're telling me that this semicircle has the size of 5 and 10. It's not a rectangle. How can it have the size of 5 by 10 if it's a semicircle? What are you smoking?
I'm not smoking anything but tobacco. So.
Okay, what's in the tobacco?
Tobacco.
Dude, you told me that a size of a semicircle was 5 by 10.
I am talking
That's the size of a rectangle.
I am talking
of sides 5 and 10.
I am talking
about... How can a semicircle and a rectangle, how can they have the same size?
I'm not.
How did that even come out of your mouth? Those words.
They don't have the same size.
Yes, but you just gave me. Okay, fine. I apologize. So your answer for what's the size of a semicircle of radius 5 was 5 and 10. Okay. What is the size of a rectangle that has the sides 5 and 10? Please. What is the size?
They have the same length and the same height.
Okay.
Height
Therefore, the size of a semicircle of radius 5 is the same as the size of a rectangle that's 5 by 10.
They have the same sizes of dimensions. Yes.
I rest my case.
Yes.
Your Honor, I rest my case. The prosecution has no further witnesses.
Remember, I was not talking about area.
You just came up with the term size, and you just defined it as.
I was talking about reality because Peters brought this reality things. So
I am telling you right now, what you said was, if I ask you a question, how much space or size, how much size does a semicircle take? You will say 5 by 10. If I ask you how much size does a rectangle take, you're also going to tell me 5 by 10, while these two figures are dramatically different figures, and their extremities, whatever that means, are different.
Yes,
so you just told me they're the same.
So let me explain.
Their size is
because if we have real objects in
I
real
can't believe
world,
I'm having this conversation.
So if you have, let's say, semisphere and a cube, and you have box, which is size of that cube, you can put this cube to that box, and it will fill the whole space of that box, right?
And according to you, that's size.
Yes, but if you want to put that semicircle to the same box, the semisphere, sorry, to the same box, you will have you need to have the same box, the same size, because otherwise this semisphere will not fit to that box. And that's how people are measuring sizes in real world, because, for example, they have box like 10 to 5, and they want things to fit in that box. And yes, you are right. Yes, it would be free space in that box for a semisphere, and there would be no free space for the cube that you put in that box.
I have never heard anyone use the word size in that meaning. I've heard people say, what are the dimensions of a box? And more specifically, what is the volume of the box?
I was not talking about volume.
I know, that's why this conversation is so fascinating, because I literally don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, but I was talking about size that we measure with straight perpendicular lines. Because this is how.
Where did you take this usage of word size from?
From life?
From Euclid?
From life? No, from life. Because if I have box and I have to put something in that box, I want to know what the size of the box is, because object may be bigger than that box and it will not fit. And
so what was the whole point of this conversation, you telling me what a size of a semicircle is? What was that about?
The point was that we are measuring everything with straight perpendicular lines.
No, you cannot measure the length of an arc. How would you measure the length of an arc with a straight perpendicular line? Tell me that.
We were talking about distances. So if you are measuring a real box and the size of the box, you are measuring this in straight lines.
But I don't have a box. Let me give you an example. What is it with you and the box? So I have a ball, and I move my finger across the ball over a certain distance without changing direction. Measure the length of the distance that I traveled on the surface of the ball. Go.
So that is malfunction statement, because you said that you are traveling without changing direction on the surface of the ball. It is impossible. Yes. You always change direction on the surface of the ball.
So let me replay the experiment for you. I put a finger on the ball. I choose a bearing, a direction, and I move my finger without changing that bearing.
You are talking about great circle, okay, but it is still changing direction.
Whatever you want to call it, buddy. I put my finger on the ball, I choose a direction, and I move my finger by some non-zero distance. Calculate, measure, not calculate, measure that distance.
Okay, but so
no but, just measure it.
Yes, you can put like tape with like ruler or rope or whatever.
Is that a straight line?
No, you cannot have straight lines.
So are you saying, you said that we always measure things with straight lines?
Yes, size of an object, yes.
Yeah, so now you're not measuring it with a straight line.
But you are not measuring the size of an object. So
no, I want to measure the distance.
No, so you cannot. You don't measure distances between points using curved line. But you are going to do
No,
that.
measure me the distance. I asked you to measure the distance between those 2 points.
You are measuring length of this line, which is great circle, I assume. You are measuring the length of the line. You are not measuring.
How? Walk me through the process, the way you understand it, of performing that measurement.
You are just putting something like it can be a rope or whatever. You can draw centimeters on this rope or this thread, if you will, and you can measure. So
you're going to use a curve to measure it?
Now you are curving this this line, but it is not to measure distance between 2 points, because as we said before, the distance between 2 points on the sphere, the length would be greater than straight line, and distance between 2 points is a straight line, so you cannot do that. On the surface of the sphere, you cannot just physically measure distance between 2 points.
You can't measure a distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere. Did I hear that correctly?
I said directly. You cannot just put.
Why not?
Put a line or rope or whatever.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can, but you are not measuring distance between 2 points. You are measuring length of this rope.
No, I just told you exactly how to measure the distance between 2 points on a circle.
You said it was calculation. It was not measurement.
No, it was a measurement. You're just using these terms in a really weird way.
It is not distance between 2 points. And by the way,
I told you how to measure. Why do you insist that the only way to measure things in reality is by measuring distance between 2 points?
No.
What's wrong with you?
I didn't say that. I said that measuring size of an objects. I didn't say anything. I did say size of an object, because we measure things in cubical or rectangle, let's say, mode. That's why.
No, you defined measuring size as measuring rectangle.
This is how in real life people are measuring things.
I've never heard of anyone measuring things this way.
Okay, so that maybe that's why you are not working in industry. For example, producing boxes for things. But still, we agreed on definition. You said that you liked my definition of straight line, that this is the shortest length between 2 points. So
yes.
Now you disagree with that definition?
No.
So
you just started saying all sorts of confusing random things, and I'm genuinely fascinated.
No, I am just sticking.
What's happening in your head right now?
So I am sticking to my definition, because if you say that you are measuring distance between 2 points by using curved line, because this is what you've got. on the surface of the sphere. On the surface of the sphere, you have no straight lines. Therefore, you cannot measure distance between 2 points. The only thing you can measure on the surface of the sphere is length of the line.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to give you a middle school math problem to solve, okay?
Maybe. I'm not a genius. I am not mathematical genius, so.
Well, but you claim to know at least something about geometry because you use geometry to discuss the shape of the Earth, for example.
No, I am not using geometry to discuss the shape of the Earth. That's the point. And
would you say that you know more about geometry than an average middle schooler?
Well, maybe yes, maybe not. I don't know. But
let's try it. Let's try it. Okay.
Yeah.
So on a piece of paper, you have an arc drawn by somebody. You have the center point, you have the arc, and your goal is to measure the length of that arc. You're with me so far?
Yeah.
Walk me through how you will do that.
If you are talking about measurement, you cannot do that directly if it is on piece of paper, because in that case, you should, if you are using something like measuring tape, you would have to fit this measuring tape and to fit it into semicircle and just read the reading. But it is on piece of paper, it is impossible. It is easier on the surface of the sphere, because you have real thing, solid object, sphere, and you have real measuring tape, which is flexible.
Yes, so let me help you. Let me help you. In this case, you have all the tools available to you that an average Freemason would have. Okay, doesn't even have to be level 33 Freemason, could be just level 3. So your answer, it is impossible to measure the length of the arc.
On the piece of paper, as you said, directly, you cannot measure this.
You cannot measure with precision the length of the arc. That's your answer.
Measure, yes, physically measure. Yes, we are talking about physical measurements.
Physical measurement, yes. But on a sphere, you could.
Yes, because a sphere is solid object, it's physical. So you can have this cue ball or whatever, and you can put thread on this, and you can pinpoint one point A and pinpoint point B, and you have length of that thread. So it is physically possible, and you can measure. You can put this this thread. You can make it straight and compare to the ruler, and you can say, oh, this thread from point A on to B had length on the surface of the sphere, had length, let's say 5 centimeters or whatever. You can do that. Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
So if we have an arc of the same length on a circle and on a sphere of the same radius, you're telling me you can measure it on the sphere, but you cannot measure it on the circle.
Yes, physically you cannot measure on the circle, because on piece of paper it is very, very difficult to do that.
Okay, I would like to propose something for you, a deal between the two of us. We will have someone draw a arc on a circle on a piece of paper, and then draw the same arc on a sphere. You and I will have the two tools available, a measuring tape and a protractor. Whichever one of us provides the more precise measurement for both the circle and the sphere takes all the Bitcoin that the other person owns right now.
So
you already lost because your answer is you cannot measure it on the circle. I
Maybe
claim
he hasn't
that
got
I
any
can measure
Bitcoin to lose. How about that one?
I can measure the length of an arc of the circle by only using two tools that I just mentioned, and I will measure it to the ultimate precision within the margin of error of those tools, obviously.
so can you say can you talk about that? How you measure the process of measuring semicircle?
Yes.
Semicircumference, in fact, physically measuring on piece of paper.
Physically, I will walk you through the steps.
Yes, physically.
Through the steps. Okay. So first, I will take the measuring the ruler. I'd like to have a rigid ruler, if I can, please. And I will draw a straight line between the center and one of the extremities of that arc. So far, so good?
Can you repeat?
I will take a ruler, and I will draw a segment, a line segment, between the center point and one of the extremities of the arc. Sounds good?
Okay.
I will measure the length of that segment. Let's say it is 5. So I know the radius is 5.
All right.
I will then take the same ruler and draw this same length segment from the center to the other extremity of the arc. It will also have the length of 5, yes?
Yeah, radius.
So now I have two lines, right? I performed 2 measurements. Both came out 5. Sweet. Now I will take the protractor and measure the angle between those 2 lines.
Yeah, that's, yes, it is still physical measurement. Yes.
Yes. And from this, I have the length of the arc.
How you were physically measuring radius and
physically measuring the angle.
Yeah, and
I know
no. So okay, that's the point. You know by inferring, by calculation.
No, from Euclid, I know that the proportion of radius to the degree is always pi.
Proportion. Yes, I agree. So therefore, because you know the proportion, you can calculate the length of the arc. I agree, but this is not physical measurement.
Of course it is.
No, no calculation and inferring is not physical measurement.
Let me ask you a question. In reality, are there ever circles or arcs where the proportion between the radius and the length of the arc is not pi?
Of course, it is always
game over,
pi.
buddy. Game over.
Game over. Yes, you are not measuring because you don't need. Because
measuring the radius and the arc is the same as measuring the arc.
No, it is calculating. You are calculating.
No, it's not calculating.
Getting angry again.
So sorry. I specifically said physical measurements.
Do you remember the triangle
just one
we
second.
discussed?
I just need to point out that there's a difference between a direct measurement and an indirect measurement.
Yeah.
There is no difference.
There actually is.
Let me ask you a question. If I have a right triangle, and I measure the base and the other, the 2 sides that are not the hypotenuse, and I measure them, A and B, do I need to measure C?
No.
Why?
But because you know.
No, why? Answer why.
Because you can just do base times height.
That's the difference between a direct and indirect measurement.
Answer my question. Do I need to measure C to know its length?
No, you don't. need.
Why? Answer why.
Because you know calculations or
Pythagorean
theorems
theorem might work.
or proportions. This is what you said about the semicircle. We don't argue with that.
So
Cough
you're
up the
saying
Bitcoin, fat boy.
that I can tell
Cough
you
up
the
your
length
Bitcoin.
of any arc, and you cannot. You cannot tell me the length
Let's
of an
see
arc,
that
and I can.
Bitcoin. Come on.
I can tell you, but I cannot measure it physically.
What does measure mean?
Open up that wallet.
I said before, physical measurement. You are taking, that's why I was talking about ruler.
What does to measure mean?
That's what QE and Nathan were doing as well. Very similar, you know, Peter. Very similar.
In that case, we are measuring units, number of units, for example, for diameter, like 10 centimeters or whatever.
When someone says measure the weight of this object, what does measure mean in that context?
So you need to
determine, right? Determine.
Yes.
Determine the
Physically
value
to
of a
weight,
given
yes.
physical
Physically
property.
measure.
Physical measure.
measure.
So if you have, for example, torch balance, and you have iron weight with 1 kilogram, because it is established, for example, 10 years ago or 100 years ago, and you put another thing on other side of the torch balance, and they will be equal, they will level up. So you know that this thing has weight of 1 kilogram.
Oh, excuse me. So you did this indirectly?
No, I did directly because I really put that thing on the torch balance.
Yes, but you put another. You didn't directly measure
as
the weight
comparison.
of
Yes,
the object.
this is what you are doing when you are using ruler. You are comparing
yes, so you
ruler.
compared. Yes, so you calculated.
Excuse me, don't interrupt me in the middle
You
of a
calculated.
sentence. No, you are measuring, you are comparing, because measurement is comparing two physical things.
Fantastic.
So one
Fantastic.
physical,
That's exactly
one
what I
physical,
did.
excuse me, one physical thing is a ruler, and the second physical thing or representation is line, like
Fantastic.
diameter.
That's
So
exactly
you are
what I did.
comparing, and this and you can say that this line has 10 centimeters because you are comparing ruler to diameter.
I love it. I love it. I did the same, so I win.
Send your digital wallet number over, paper. Get him to deposit his Bitcoin in. I don't think he's got any.
I don't know how you won because I said this is the direct measurement.
So I followed exactly the same process as you just described.
And this is direct measurement.
Yes, and that's exactly what I did. I compared two things.
Yes, physical thing. So you have to see that they are equal on torch balance.
Yes,
these two weights are equal. So you have to see that.
Yes,
and
I
he
saw
can't get his Bitcoin out. But it's trapped.
I saw it. I literally saw it. I took the radius and the angle and put them on one side of the torch balance, and I saw that the arc is the same, proportionate to them.
No, you cannot see that they are the same. You calculate it, and the
no,
numbers.
I know that the proportion is fixed. There has never been a circle whose proportion is different. So that's just a feature of the universe.
Yes, so you are using proportion in calculations. I agree.
No, but there's no other way to have a circle.
Yes, that's why there is no other way than indirect measurement. Yes, I agree.
No, it's the same type of measurement that weight measurement.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, he's desperately holding on to his Bitcoin.
Of course, it's the same.
Because if you are measuring using straight line and ruler, you are not making proportion. You are just comparing two physical things. And then you are using this in proportion to something else.
Well, you actually used an extra thing. You had two objects, and you had another object that has its own properties, as you call it, the torch balance. And that's what you measured.
And there you have the
You
honourable
didn't. Your
man
measurement
wriggling
was
away, trying to
2
find some
degrees
back door
removed
to get
from
out
the
of.
rect.
Yes, but we had physical process of putting the weight, this
Yeah,
iron
me too.
weight.
Me too.
No, you didn't physically measure this
Yes, I did.
arc
Yes, I
length.
did.
Yeah, no, you didn't put ruler on
I
the
physically
this
drew
arc.
lines between the 2 extremities, and I physically measured the length and the angle between the 2 lines.
No,
Game over.
you said that you calculated, so, and you said that this
No,
is the same.
no, I just measured this, and I am telling you the length of the arc.
No, you said that you know, that you already know because you know proportion. And knowing things is not measuring things. There is a difference.
Well, you know that your torch balance is not randomly producing results, right? Your torch balance is a proportion between the 2 weights that happens to be 1-to-1, or so you claim. But it could also be a device that randomly balances things because it has a spring that has a weird shape.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It is just a tool. Ruler is a tool also. So
creep.
So if I measure,
and I'm saying my measurement is more precise and less indirect than yours, the way you defined
no,
it. It absolutely is.
I don't deny that it is precise, but this is precise
No,
calculation.
you live in the 21st century. You said it's impossible to measure the length of an arc.
Because I was talking about physical measurements, and you failed to prove that you can.
So why can you not take your measuring tape and wrap it around the arc of a circle?
You can, but this is physical measurement.
But you said you cannot.
On the circle, because on the sphere. Sorry, on the sphere.
Yeah, why not on the circle?
It is practically impossible because you will have to create perfect semi circumference from the tape.
But you're doing the same on the sphere. A cross section of a sphere is a circle.
Because you can do that on the real surface of real object. But in fact, if you are trying to compare circumference on the piece of paper, it is practically impossible to make the same shape in the air, let's say, as this circle. Okay,
so this is what happens when you spend so much time in Bev space. You make up your own definitions, and then you like handicap yourself by saying, I cannot measure because I just defined measurement as some absurd act that nobody ever thinks of in reality. So now I am a disabled person because in my world, I choose to live in a world where measurement is impossible only because I defined measurement as some idiotic process that nobody else recognizes.
It is process in even if on Nathan Oakley, when Beth was
Don't quote a flat earther as a source
sorry,
of authority.
Bev was asked for definition of measurement,
some level of
and Nathan Oakley brought
don't
some
quote a flat
definition.
earther
Sorry,
as an authority on anything.
And in that definition was used the word process. It is physical process of doing something. This is measurement.
I just described to you a physical process of measuring the length of an arc.
No, it is just calculation. It is not physical.
It's not a calculation.
It is mental process. I agree.
It's not a calculation.
It is. You are calculating
it's not
because you have ratio between a diameter and pi and circumference, which is pi.
I don't need to do any ratio. I can just tell you it's an arc of this many degrees with a radius of 5.
So
game over. I don't need to tell you anything.
So
there's no calculation.
So you know straight line diameter. You know the angle between radius and radius, and because it is right angle, so you measured that angle physically.
I'll explain it to you, okay?
You just did. And
no, I will explain it to you in a way that sticks.
Then you just calculate the length of the arc. No problem. I have no problem.
Sure. I'm going to explain this to you philosophically. Let's say I wanted you to draw an arc on a piece of paper that had a length of certain length that only I know, right? What do I have to tell you for you to be able to draw that arc without telling you its length?
Well, you need to tell me if I am using compass only. You need to tell me radius or distance between these points on compass. So that's it.
So what I will tell you is take the radius of x.
Radius and
right?
angle, don't you?
Yes. And draw a semicircle of the
Can't do it with
following
just an
angles.
angle, can you?
You cannot do that with a
Listen.
compass. Yeah.
Listen. I just told you, right? Were you listening? Because Bev was talking over me. What I would need to tell you is use radius r and angle alpha. And I know for a fact that if you do this, I will get an arc of the length that I wanted without ever telling you the length.
Yeah.
Therefore, angle and radius are the same as length of an arc by definition of what a circle is. There is no calculation.
Because you have, it is. Already calculation because we have already proportion. So
there's no calculation.
Yes,
I wanted to have a certain arc, and I got the arc, and I never said length.
Yes, so you have.
Therefore, these two things are equivalent. These two things are equivalent in nature. In reality,
absolutely
those
not.
two things are equivalent.
You are confusing knowing things and measuring them.
No, these things are equivalent in reality.
No.
There's
Measuring
no
is not
reality
knowing.
in which these are not equivalent.
Measuring is physical process and knowing is mental process.
I had you measure, I had you physically measure the radius and the angle, and you produced an arc of a length.
Absolutely. You can you produced this arc length, and you know without measuring that the length of the arc would be
and without calculating. I don't need to calculate shit. I just know what it is immediately.
No. So
I know
because
immediately
you know
what it
proportion.
is.
So it is already pre-calculated.
No, I don't know proportion. I know reality.
Yes, you know
I
proportion.
know reality.
You need to know beforehand.
Know reality.
Sorry, beforehand you need to know the proportion because otherwise you don't you cannot give me the angle.
I'm sorry, I don't. I just need to know the reality.
No, you need to know these proportions.
Do you mean I need to know reality?
No, I don't disagree.
In reality.
Yes, in reality.
Do I need to measure the length of the arc?
No, you don't need to measure. You can know that without measuring. Yes.
In reality, isn't measuring the arc measuring the radius and the angle?
No, measuring.
Yes, it is, because
reality,
you cannot
measuring
have any other outcome. In reality,
just measuring thing.
In reality, you can never have the length of an arc different than the angle and the radius that you measured.
I completely agree.
In reality.
Yes,
so what you're saying is nonsensical.
Yes, and this knowing that is by knowing proportion and calculation.
No, it's just in reality.
Yes, and in reality we know things without checking.
In reality. I don't need to know that.
You keep chanting that, Peter.
Yes, we know, for example, that fire is warming things. So I don't need to check if fire will boil my water.
Well, you may want to check it because sometimes it won't boil your water.
About that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
If you knew physics, you'd know that's not a guarantee to boil anything.
So, there you go. You should definitely go to Nathan Oakley. Peter, this is where you belong. You and Nathan.
So in reality, measuring the distance and the radius and the angle that's it. There's nothing else.
Yes, but
nothing else to measure.
Yes,
be too scared to go to Nathan.
I didn't say that you can know things without measurement. You can, but in physical world, you have to start with measurement.
I think Nathan
Yes, that's why we measure the radius and the angle.
He's only got 30,000 followers. He's a small fish, really.
You are talking about
he'll break him, I think. I think he'll break
radius of
Peter.
the Earth, maybe.
In reality, you don't need to measure the length of an arc if you know
You can sing as well, old Nathan.
the angle and the radius.
Can you sing, Peter?
And this is
who broke Peter?
This is
okay?
why.
Yeah, he's a bit broken.
I think it's Nathan tomorrow. He's just
he's broken.
But by the way,
somebody broke him.
But by the way, Peter, so you admit that,
weird.
For example,
Weird behavior for an alleged adult.
For example, if we have this arc length on the surface of the sphere that you live on, supposedly, so you admitted that you have to measure radius. So how people measured radius of the Earth, spherical Earth?
Exactly the way I showed you earlier.
With the oblate of spheroid radius.
No. But in that example of measurement, what I brought, you said that we have radius already measured, physically measured.
Yes, of course. We measured the radius.
So to establish the size of the spherical Earth in your model, you need measurement of the radius from the center of the Earth.
Yes, of course. We just measured it. I showed you how.
Do you always say no before you say yes, Peter? Is that like a regular thing? I've noticed you saying it.
Only if I'm talking to a person that's making very little sense and I'm trying to like reverse engineer what they're thinking as they speak.
What's for dinner?
But still you said
Hey, look, I'm personally just happy that you're talking to that person that you didn't want to talk to just a couple of hours ago when you were acting like a little child. That's amazing.
Of my name.
You've come leaps and bounds. Congratulations, Peter.
Thank you.
But still, when you are talking about this compass and this radius was not calculated, was measured.
Yes,
So
we measured it exactly the same for the Earth.
So yes, that's my point.
Yeah,
so you physically measured radius of the Earth from the center of the Earth to the surface of the Earth.
Yes.
Physically.
Yes.
Physically. So can you, because it is very, very important thing, because that would be the greatest mission impossible in the history of mankind. I would say that would be greater thing.
The ultimate globe proof, right?
That's
it.
Yeah.
And this is exactly how we did it.
Going with it, right, Peter?
Yeah. So I am very curious. How did you do that? Can you tell me or show me the footage how people measured radius of the Earth from the surface to the center, or from the center to the Earth? Can you show me that?
I would love to show you that.
In reality, Peter Puffer is not going to go over to Nathan Oakley because he's already told everybody he's obsessed with you, Bev. He's got his sights on you. He's not going to. Peter Puffer's not going to go over to Nathan Oakley. You know that.
Too small for Oakley.
Yeah, he's obsessed.
Oakley.
Yeah, he just likes saying the word Bev.
Oakley's going to chew him up and spit him out for breakfast.
All right, the bear. All right, sit back down. Old
so
man.
I wanna. Someone asked me a question. Where were you, Yui? Where were you all this time? So, you asked me how we measure the radius of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Physically. How you measured it?
Physically, yes, physically. Are you ready to hear the answer, or do you need to do a little bit of a
Absolutely. I'm going to be closing it off in a bit, so let everybody know.
Okay. Remember how I told you? Fantastic. Remember how I told you that to measure the length of an arc physically, all we had to do was to measure the radius and the angle?
Yes, and I disagreed because this is not.
Yeah, but you're wrong. So remember that part?
Well, they're both done from the center, but I mean, yeah, carry on.
So basically what I explained to you was that arc and radius are equivalent to length. No, I'm sorry. The angle and radius are equivalent to the length of the arc. Because of this, they're the same thing, basically. Because of this, the reverse is also true. The length of the arc and the angle are the same as radius.
Okay.
In reality, we physically measured the length of the arc and the angle, and this is why we know the radius. Thank you very much. Welcome to the globe.
Okay. So, but this is not on the plane, but we are talking about physical sphere. So someone
Yes, on a physical sphere. Exactly. I showed you earlier today how. This is my ultimate globe proof you're talking
so
about. So
someone
Step 3, tis globe.
Put some tape, steel tape. I don't know how long.
Step 3 is ask your child to show you their geometry book from high school.
No. I am talking. So now you are segueing from physical measurement of radius to physical measurement
No, I'm
of
not.
arc.
Keep going.
No.
You're onto the right track.
So you have nor radius measurement and nor this arc measurement.
No, of course I have the arc measurement. You started explaining it very well. Continue. Continue.
How people measured arc, like physically measured arc?
Yes. Is that a question, or you're going to tell us?
Yeah. Yes. How they did that? How they did measure?
They measured the distance traveled on the surface.
Okay, but how did they know that the surface is sphere?
They knew it because the angles measured from a horizontal debunked a flat surface.
Because of angles. So
I just showed you earlier today, right? You want me to show you again?
So it is still not measurement. It is inferring from
absolute measurement.
No, wait a minute. You should definitely go to Nathan Oakley. Are you saying that an angle measurement from a horizontal proves it's not flat?
Absolutely. Hey, Yui, can you look at your screen? Because I'll show it again just for you.
Sustainable by design citation.
Okay, give me a second. Just for you, Yui, okay? Because I did this for like 2 hours with them earlier, but I'm just doing this for you.
See, that's true friendship, guys.
Yes, I'm going to take a break from cleaning my house.
You didn't understand it. Yui, well done. We're going to leave this off now. We're going to go on to the Discord server, so if anybody wants to come in and join in the Discord server.
Yeah, you don't want them to see the proof, right? You don't want
they
them
can
to
come
see
into
the
the Discord server to see the proof, like Rockfin. Pretend it's like Rockfin, right? And you can come in
and get
it in straight into the Discord. Get it like a private session. It is getting late, and it is Model Affliction Monday. So, if you want to hear more and get into Peter's globe proof inside secrets, then pop into the Discord. If not, hopefully Peter will be going over to Nathan Oakley tomorrow.
That's what I'm doing. Okay.
You will do.
So
nicely. There you go. Okay.
Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
See you later.
So, Yui.
All right, here we go. Okay.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
Well,